Welcome to the online training program for caregivers, thoughtfully designed to equip you with the essential skills and knowledge required to care for older adults with empathy, competence and confidence.
As India's elderly population grows, the need for caregivers, both within families and the healthcare system, is rapidly increasing.
Yet, most caregivers remain untrained, overburdened, and lack adequate support.
Led by experienced professionals, the Caregivers Asha Society brings you a practical, easy to follow course covering everything from daily care and nutrition to dementia support and handling emergencies.
Over the next 6 weeks, you'll explore essential topics every caregiver needs to know.
From understanding the aging process and the fundamentals of caregiving to supporting mobility and nutrition with confidence and care.
You will learn how to manage symptoms and chronic conditions, respond effectively in emergencies, and use basic medical tools safely.
We'll guide you through the complexities of the dementia care and help you prioritize your own well-being as a caregiver.
And finally, you will gain insight into legal responsibilities, how to recognize elder abuse, and techniques for managing stress.
You will learn through simple lessons, easy videos, handy guides, and bilingual content with the Care Asha app guiding you every step of the way.
Complete the course, earn your certificate, and become a part of a growing movement of caregivers,
bringing dignity, compassion, and care to those who need it most.
Join us on this journey to care with your heart,
live with the meaning,
and serve with dignity.
Ready to begin?
Let's get started.
For more details
or to enroll,
please scan the QR code
or click the link below to register.
Thank you.
Welcome to Care Asha, your caregiving companion. Caregiving is a journey filled with challenges and moments of fulfillment. With Care Asha, you're never alone. Download and sign up, get the app and create your account. Categories: explore a wide range of comprehensive resources and educational videos to help you provide the best care. Topics: learn more with topic-specific content, save your favorites for later. Profile: add your health info and emergency contacts for personalized care. My Records: effortlessly track and share vital health data like BP, blood sugar, and HbA1c, view trends, track progress with easy-to-read graphs, and export as PDF to share with doctors and loved ones. Screening tools: assess perceived stress, Sheldon Cohen, muscle health, SARC-F, and intrinsic capacity, WHO ICOP tool, to stay proactive and informed. Manage stress. Your well-being is a priority. Care Asha offers stress management tools and guided meditation sessions to help you relax, recharge, and care for your mind. Use speech control, ideal for a hands-free experience. Watch and learn. Watch helpful demonstrations and see how to care with our video library. Connect with experts and community. Ask questions, get expert advice, and join a supportive network of fellow caregivers. Donate and support us. Help us expand our resources. Contact us. Need help or advice? Just ask. Empowering caregivers, uplifting lives. Download the app today and start your caregiving journey with ease. Asha. Welcome to Care Asha, your caregiving companion. Caregiving is a journey filled with challenges and moments of fulfillment. With Care Asha, you're never alone. Download and sign up, get the app and create your account. Categories: Explore a wide range of comprehensive resources and educational videos to help you provide the best care. Topics. Learn more with topic-specific content. Save your favorites for later. Profile. Add your health info and emergency contacts for personalized care. My Records. Effortlessly track and share vital health data like BP, blood sugar, and HbA1c. View trends, track progress with easy-to-read graphs, and export as PDF to share with doctors and loved ones. Screening tools. Assess perceived stress, Sheldon Cohen, muscle health, SARC-F, and intrinsic capacity, WHO ICOP tool, to stay proactive and informed. Manage stress. Your well-being is a priority. Care Asha offers stress management tools and guided meditation sessions to help you relax, recharge, and care for your mind. Use speech control, ideal for a hands-free experience. Watch and learn. Watch helpful demonstrations and see how to care with our video library. Connect with experts and community. Ask questions, get expert advice, and join a supportive network of fellow caregivers. Donate and support us. Help us expand our resources. Contact us. Need help or advice? Just ask. Empowering caregivers, uplifting lives. Download the app today and start your caregiving journey with ease.
क्या आप
मुझे लगा कि आज काव्य बंग मारेगी। नीचे लेके তোর এরকম হেডফোন কানেক্ট করে কি করে?
और दीदी जिपिंग और
एक्चुअली मुझे दसरे वादे को मैं फोटो आइस तो है
Good morning, sir. You are mute, sir. Dr. Mathur.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Dr. Chika. Good morning. We
Good.
are so happy to welcome you on board with us, and our colleagues and participants are joining. So I think in another couple of minutes we'll be starting. We have a pleasure of welcoming Dr. Arunanshu Talukdar from Kolkata.
5
Hello.
something, sir. 30, you write, sir, 34 and 35.
Hello. I think. Yeah. Okay. We are really so excited to have everybody on board with us today. So so welcome all for this important online training program for the trainers, for the geriatric caregivers. We at Caregivers Asha Society and Ekmeri Asha Care Skill Institute welcome you all to this particular program. I am looking forward for Dr. Chetri to join. It all started with our discussion with Professor Jagdish Chetri, the president of Nepali Society of Gerontology and Geriatrics, about a training course for geriatric caregivers. And we felt that we should have training of the trainers who could carry forward this particular mission forward. Today, before we start, I'll just like a brief introduction. I am Dr. Arvind Mathur, President, Caregivers Asha Society. I'm basically a physician and have been practicing geriatrics for last 2-3 decades. I'll request my colleague, Professor Dr. Ruchika Kumar, to introduce herself.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you very much for keeping me on board in this very important and updated meeting, sir. So I am Dr. Ruchika Kuba. I am professor in School of Health Sciences, Indira Gandhi National Open University. I am an MBBS and MD in Preventive and Social Medicine. And we have been offering a program of PG Diploma in Geriatric Medicine for doctors. And we are also offering a certificate in Geriatric Health and Care program for caregivers. And besides this, I have been involved in many other programs like disaster management of CBRNE, dental programs, and so on and so forth. I am happy to be here, sir.
Thank you to be part of our team. I have pleasure in welcoming Professor Dr. Jagdish Chetri. Probably the whole thing was initiated by him only when our discussion was there. We welcome you, Professor Chetri. Oh, just a word from you, sir, please.
Thank you, Mother, sir. It's my pleasure to be here, and congratulations, Dr. Mathur, for doing this amazing thing. I think it's very important initiative, and we look very closely to work with you and help people, older people in need. So this is an excellent initiative, and we look to have some of our trainees to be trained in your program. And we will also want to expand this kind of training to Nepal, who will train all the people who are in need for caregiving of older people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we are really excited to look forward for this initiative to go forward. I have pleasure in introducing Dr. Mohana Sundari, who is a faculty from AIMS, Bibi Nagar, Hyderabad. Over to you, Dr. Mohana, for a word from you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be part of this caregiver because the intention of this course is very what to say in word we can't explain. The intention is social service to help the needy people. So being a healthcare workers and being a part of this course is making me to feel more proud. I have to thank Dr. Arvind Mathur sir for giving me opportunity for involving in this and also inviting me as a facilitator. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mohana. May I request Dr. Lata? Is she there with you only? Right now?
Sir, I think ma'am is conducting exam duty.
Okay, okay.
Ma'am will join soon, sir. A practical exam is going on. Ma'am
We
will
have
join.
got Dr. Pridarsh Patni, who is also an FT member for this initiative. Over to you, Dr. Patni.
Leadership Partner. I am working as a secretary for the society, Caregivers Asha Society, and this whole. Basically, I am not a medical doctor, but working with the Professor Mathur is always some kind of experience which make you learn new things every time, and this is a proud privilege for me that this initiative which has been taking place for the first time with the society, and I hope and I think that this is for the first time in the city or in the state also, that this kind of initiative has been taken by us. Your enthusiasm, the participants, number of participants, we started with the thinking about that there will be 2 3 participants for maximum 10 participants, and yesterday the number has crossed, participation list has crossed 200. Our our system was not prepared for that, but in the night we could do it. Thank you so much and welcome to all the participants here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have privilege in inviting Dr. Amrita Kansal from WHO CRO. She is in charge of healthy aging segment in WHO, and it is our privilege to have her on board with us today during the inaugural program. She has always been interested in long-term care for the older people, and caregiving is a very important segment for it. Welcome you, Dr. Amrita. Welcome you, Dr. Amrita. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction and inviting me in this very important meeting. In fact, this is going to be very useful for the country like India, since we are always we are struggling to find the trained care providers and caregivers. So I'm really happy to see this initiative which is happening at the local level with the and whole of the community and participation of stakeholders. And I look forward to learning from this meeting. I look forward to see how the things have been incorporated and how it can be scaled up maybe in India as well as in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita. I am happy to inform you that in this particular meeting today, we have participation from, because all started with Nepal, with Professor Dr. Jagdish Chetri, we started with Nepal. We have participation across India, but major participation is also from Indonesia. So we are so happy to welcome our colleagues from Indonesia also who have joined us, and this has all been encouraging us rather and motivating us to continue this particular effort. So with this, I think we will be having a good 2 days work ahead for us, where we have all the participation from our colleagues at the society and also from AIMS Bibinagar, Hyderabad has been actively involved with us, along with the Professor Ruchika Kuba from IGNOU, who happens to be the person for distant health education or medical education, I'll say, in the country. So this has all guided us to improvise and help create a training program which would be useful for all. At this particular point, if I've got, I see Dr. Arunanshu Talukdar also with us today. He heads the Department of Geriatrics at Kolkata Government Medical College. And even Professor and Head from SMS Medical College has also joined the program today. If I like to start with the orientation for all the participants, because this is one thing which we felt that making a concised 2 days program for a program which would run for 6 weeks was a major task for us. And we'll just like to orient our participants about what are we going to do. So can I begin with the first presentation of the day? My slides are visible, I hope. Okay. So,
Yes.
Dear colleagues, it is our privilege that you have joined this training of trainers program. And over the next 2 days, we will prepare ourselves to become facilitators for caregivers education. As I mentioned earlier, that it has been initiated by Caregivers Asha Society and Akmeri Asha Care Skill Institute. But now we all join together to build a network of trainers who will empower family and community caregivers across the globe. Now, looking to the purpose of this ToT, we will be in this session, besides the purpose of ToT, we will talk about the background of Caregivers Asha Society also, and give an overview of the training program which we have conceived. And also, at the end, I think we will all connect for the future working of this particular task. So, why are we here? The purpose of this program is simple but powerful. We need to build a pool of trainers, a competent trainers who can support family and community caregivers. We all know the caregivers are the backbone of long-term care, and they have to provide physical, emotional, and social support with little recognition. And even they are not trained most of the time. So our goal is to change that. As trainer, you will be cascading this knowledge and skill and directly improving the quality of life of older people and their families. This is just not in a training, but it's in a caregiver movement. About Caregivers Asha Society, it's a non-profit society which was established in 2019 with missions, fourfold missions that we want to empower the caregivers with the skill and support. We want advocacy for caregivers recognition. We want recognition of caregiving, try and innovate caregiving solutions. I'd like to talk about Care Asha app, which we have built, and then build train caregiving workforce. Care Asha app is our proud contribution, which is a first multilingual caregiver app. I'm happy to tell you that today it is available in English, Hindi, Tamil, and Bangla. This has been possible with all our colleagues helping us out for this particular thing. We have got a Future Caregivers initiative, which is a project to sensitize the youth in the schools about the need of care for the older people. We have established an Maria Asha Care Skill Institute, which itself is a center for professional training for the caregivers. And we keep on working and advocating at various levels. We had the privilege of being invited to the UN Summit of the Future last year, also for this particular cause. We all know that why this particular movement is important, because 80% of the elderly care is done by the family members. And we have to look at those family caregivers and support them because they lack training and support most of the time. Our task is to bridge this health need and also try to train more and more people so that this training multiplies and goes beyond to reach almost everyone in need. We have planned an 6-week online course. It is going to be with the Moodle as the learning platform out which our colleague would be telling to you about this. And we have planned that we will have about 6 modules which we will be discussing during our program. Now, what is your role? Because this is the most important part. Now, why should you be there? We feel that you have a very crucial role because you are going to be facilitator, mentors, and guide for all those caregivers, though they may be in family or they may be in community or a professional caregiver. And you will need to contextualize these contents to your local realities. We realize that the caregiving depends upon the community, the place where it has to be delivered. So it has to be done according to the local cultural settings. So you will have to contextualize the contents. You will have to encourage participation and peer learning also, and provide a supportive feedback to the caregivers. So you are going to be mentor for caregivers throughout their activity, basically. So this is not only delivering a course, it is not only delivering a lecture, but it is trying to be mentoring them for this particular task. We have tried that the training program is grounded in adult learning principles about which our Professor Ruchika ji would be telling you, because most of the caregivers are adults. Teaching a younger person is different and teaching an older adult is a different, where we need to look at various aspects which would be discussed by Madam soon. Now, this was the major task, that we had a program of 6 weeks in front of us, and we wanted to deliver it in 2 days to the trainers. But this has been possible because our trainers, those who are, all of you who have come to join us, are already having all the knowledge which is needed for the caregiving. We just now try to comprehend make it a comprehensive way of how much and what to deliver to the caregiver. So that is the plan. So that's why in these 2 days we'll be just giving an overview of what has to be taught to the caregivers. Using, of course, Zoom is going to be the major way of connecting each of us, and Moodle platform and Care Asha app would also be used. So I'll prefer if you could all download Care Asha app, because this is going to be referred many times during the course. Okay. So what we expect out of this, that we have confident trainers who could teach micro teaching and join the trainers support network. So I feel that by training caregivers, you are going to improve quality of life of older people. And that is going to be a major contribution, your contribution to the society. You are going to give dignity and support to family caregivers, who are unrecognized soldiers, who are never considered anywhere, never supported. So you will provide dignity and support to family caregivers. And now you become a part of compassionate care movement, which we feel, which is our task for all of us to carry this particular forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this is the basic aspect which we wanted to communicate. So now at this particular point, how the things would be carried forward and how would we be learning, we will discuss with our colleagues. But prior to that, there is an important task that we want to evaluate ourselves, whether how are we delivering our training, and what are the areas where we have to emphasize our training. For that particular purpose, we'll need to have a pre-test. So I think the pre-test has been shared on the chat box by Khushbu. Khushbu, you could share it on the WhatsApp group also.
Yes, I also shared, sir.
Okay. So I think we'll have to give about 10 minutes to our participants, at least 10 minutes to our participants to complete this particular task. Remember, this task is not for testing anybody. It is for our knowledge and our planning, that how and what we need to do for the training. So we give 10 minutes. Ruchika ji, is that all right?
Yes, I think that should be fine. I think Patni ji could just monitor if anybody is having any problem in filling. He can see how many responses are coming.
Yes, I'll do that.
सुकून लगा, मतलब बाद में चुनना है मैंने कि मैं जाऊं।
Yang bagian sini jadi saya.
pre-test time is almost gone. 42 participants have been able to submit so far. The latest is 45. Please be quick. टाइम हाँ सर टाइम्स अप कर देता हूँ अब मैं टाइम्स अप नाउ
Thank you.
सर,
Thank you,
2-4
Patni sir.
मिनट और दे देते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी की वजह से हो सकता है।
Okay, ma'am, you have been
There are
considerate.
62 people. हाँ,
Okay. Dr. Lata has also joined us in the meet. Welcome, Dr. Lata.
मैं ये हमेशा कहता हूँ अमेरिका एक देश है और भारत एक देश है और दोनों देशों के ताल्लुकात अच्छे
Well,
रहेंगे Not the administration.
welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I'd like to inform everyone that ma'am is Principal College of Nursing at AIMS, Bibinagar, Hyderabad, India. And she has been a great support for this cause and has been proactively involved with the community services all these years, besides her professional work and academic work. I think we'll like to hear a few words from you, ma'am, while our participants are completing their pre-test. Okay. Over to you, ma'am, for few words, because
Yeah.
we'll have your presentation after the next session. Okay.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are audible.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity to be with all. Yeah, as sir said, I'm working as a principal in the College of Nursing at AIMS Bibinagar since almost 10 years now. And previously, I was working with another university where I used to be involved with a lot of social and voluntary works. So we used to carry out geriatric home visits and then orphanages. They're conducting different health literacy activities. And we were myself, along with our students, we had around 21 institutions participating in this program. So we used to go to geriatric homes every week, almost every week, except during the vacations of the students that we used to avoid because maybe during the exams of the students. Otherwise, I used to have students of medical college, hotel management, and general management, engineering, nursing, dental. So different institutions, different discipline students used to be together. And we used to have a lot of activities for the orphanages. We used to give them computer classes and geriatric. We used to be with them, conducting various programs like exercises and sometimes interacting with them, having some fun activities. So this was our activity. So when I came to know that we are having focused, of course, it is focused about geriatric activity, but I wanted to involve it here so that my passion towards the society, what I wanted to do. So sir has given me a platform to get in again. Thank you so much. Hope these sessions will be useful for everybody because what I understand is majority of the participants are nurses. We all know the procedures how to do it, but then we have a greater responsibility of imparting this to the caregivers. we do give care, but we should empower the caregivers so that the patients or those who are in need will get proper support from them. So we are directly as well as indirectly helping them to have the recovery if possible. If recovery is not possible, at least the comfortable stay till their last breath. So that is my aim. I hope the society is also working towards the same thing. With this, I welcome all the participants once again, and thank you organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
It has been our privilege, ma'am. It has been our privilege to learn from your experience, and our participants are lucky to have you with us for this particular program. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ruchika ji, if you permit, the participants have finished their tasks. So, as we mentioned that the caregiver training is a part of adult learning because all the caregivers are older people. And for this, I'll request Professor Ruchika Kubaji to enlighten us about the principles of adult learning. Over to you, ma'am. You could share your slides.
Yes, thank you. So adult learning is very different. I would like to share, but before I share, just 1 minute, I would like you to respond in the chat box that what is the reason that most of you have joined this training program? Is it because you would like to be trainers? Is it because you would like to learn yourself about training? Is it because you are involved in caregiving already and you would like to, improve your skills? So if just I could have a quick response, then I can orient my, the presentation accordingly. So can I have some responses in the chat box? Okay, you would like to teach caregiving, improve your own skill. Okay. Fine. So I'll share my slides in the meantime and you can write and I'll see what are your responses. So are my slides visible?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they moving?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So today, the task that has been given to me is to discuss with you the principles of adult learning. Now, why are we discussing this? We are discussing this because the outcome objectives that we would want from this session. See, whenever...
procedure you people have been divided, na?
Can you please keep yourself mute, madam? Yes. So anytime, whenever you as a trainer also take any session, it's very important that you should make your outcome objectives of the session very clear. That what is it expected after this particular session, what skills you should be able to have. So for my session, after this session, you should be able to outline and describe the principles of adult learning. You should be able to apply these principles when you are designing a training program for the caregivers. And by doing all this, you should be able to become effective trainers. Now, how do adults learn? We know that adults are very different from children. There are two kinds of philosophy. One is the andragogy and the other is the pedagogy. Now, the pedagogy is the learning in which the way the children learn. And that is a teacher-centered learning. That is, the teacher decides the syllabus. The teacher directs the whole learning, what examples to give, how to go about it. Whereas adults learn very differently because, as you are aware, and you have been working with so many other adults, as madam also said, she has been working with various institutions, organizations, and you as a trainer for the adults will also realize that for adults the learning is learner centered. You have to concentrate on what is your target audience, and you will have to modify your training requirements and the training methodology accordingly. Now, as I asked you the first question, why do adults want to learn? So there are different reasons which you must keep in mind whenever you're going to do a training. That what is your group? Is it a cohesive group? have all of them come for added qualification for a career advancement? Maybe it is a kind of a stepping stone in which all of them want to become caregivers. Maybe formal caregivers. So there is a difference between formal and informal caregivers. Formal caregivers are generally not from the family or the relation. They are generally taking the career as a caring as a career. So they will be paid for whatever services they provide. So are you training the formal caregivers or are you training the informal caregivers? Because the informal caregivers generally involve the relatives, they involve the family members, they can also involve people who are interested in providing free service to the elderly population. Then a group, as we saw in the chat box also, that some people are only interested in knowledge enhancement, for updating their knowledge. Few would like to improve their new skills. They're already working in the field. Maybe you are a GNM, you're already a nurse, maybe you are already a caregiver, but you want to learn new skills because you're not a trained caregiver. You are providing care, but you want to improve your skills. And then some of them may want to learn just because of the interest in the subject. And sometimes the subject may be relevant to the recent situation. For example, you are living in a family, suddenly there's a stroke, in one of the family members. And so you are now forced to, because you will require to provide care. So this is a situation which forces you to get into a particular skill. So these are the various reasons, maybe one or more than one, maybe the need for a particular adult to want to learn. Now, adult learning, Knowles had 6 principles we must understand when we want to know how the adults learn. The adults need to know that why they are learning something. So when you are going to teach them, give whatever training you are going to give them, you must know that why they will want to learn this particular thing. So whether it is cognitive assessment or assessment of locomotor system, why are we teaching this particular topic to the caregivers? Then there is a self-concept. Concept is that the adults are self-directed learners. So whatever you are teaching them, they will not restrict their learning to this particular teaching only. So if you teach them one topic, they would like to explore it, maybe through the internet, maybe by discussion with their peers, maybe by reading books. So they will explore much more. So you may have a lot of questions which the adults will ask. And then you have a prior experience. They already have an experience in particularly some part or a major part of whatever you're going to teach. So you must understand that, like we have in children, everything is afresh. We are going to teach them a new topic. But over here, the topic may not be new. And the most important thing is that when you are having a group, then people will be of different ages, people will have different experiences, and people will have different motivations for joining the particular program. So these are the 3 principles. We'll go to the next 3. If there are any questions in between, I don't mind stopping and answering. So you can always stop me and ask a question because we need to be clear. Then we have readiness to learn. That is, it is linked to the real life roles or tasks. So they would like to learn when they're having a particular peculiar situation. For example, if you're teaching them about cognitive impairment, they may come up that, they have an Alzheimer's patient and they are facing this kind of a problem. So how to solve this kind of a problem, they will ask you and you will be required to tell them. Then orientation to learning is normally problem centered rather than content oriented. So don't keep your presentations and your sessions very theoretical. Okay, so you must bring in some scenario based learning, some problem based learning, some case studies which are very near to what they may be experiencing. So that is what helps in learning more effective, and they are able to relate it to what they are actually experiencing or which they are actually involved in. And motivation. Now, for children, you require to have a lot of external motivations. Okay, we will, for the week, who is the best student, for today's day, who is the best student, or they give marks. But over here, the internal motivation is much stronger. That is why they join. So whatever could be the reason for joining, but it is their own internal motivation. And so the learning is normally more interactive. Learning is more effective for these. So is there any doubt in any of these 6 principles? Because everything is based on these 6 principles. So anybody would like to ask, or we can go ahead. So the key to training adult learners is that the trainers must adapt their approaches to meet the adult learning needs. You must integrate case studies, case scenarios. You must ask them, help them interact with you while you're taking sessions. Now, there are three learning styles of adults. Some of the adults are visual learners. That is, they like to learn from diagrams, demonstrations, maybe certain videos, maybe certain text material that you provide them. So they like to learn through that. Then you have auditory learners who don't have so much of patience to go through, the course material that you provide them or the written material they provide them. So for these people, maybe some videos would be very useful, some audios will be very useful. Audios is an equally effective medium, and because audio is something which they can hear even when they are traveling. So that is why you must have realized that because of all these, the traffic jams and all, the radios have come back. And so we can have very small audio presentations also, in which we can have an example of a counseling going on, or we can have whatever text you have put in the the material, you can put them as an audio, you can put it as a podcast. So all these things are very useful for people who are auditory learners, people who don't have much time, or people who do not have patience, or who do not have an inclination to go through written text. Then we have the kinesthetic learners who don't really want to, they feel that yes, they know the knowledge is there, but they would like to learn more about the hands-on practice. So this is especially for those people who are already, having some basic health knowledge, some basic caregiving knowledge, because we are not very much taught about bandaging, what are the. So there are some things that, every professional doesn't know all the aspects of the caregiving. And so they may want to learn those particular things through small hands-on practice, which can be taught through face-to-face or through videos or through online classes. So the key to the training adult learners is that you should use blended approaches, because you will be having a group of adult learners. All of them will be having different kinds of learning needs and learning styles. So to be able to be beneficial and to be able to help all of them to learn, it's better that you integrate all kinds of things in your training. Then there is something called as transference of knowledge, which is very important in adult learning. And the transference of knowledge means the ability to apply the knowledge, skills, and behavior learned through your sessions or learned in one context to new situations and challenges. That is, to new situations and challenges are what they will be facing when they will be doing caregiving, or when they will be interacting with the elderly or the families and trying to teach them how to take care of their problems. So these are the challenges that they may face in their personal lives or in the professional lives. So you will have to help them do this transference of knowledge during your sessions. Now, there are 4 ways in which transference of knowledge can take place. One is association. That is, for example, living with the older adult. You're already living with an older adult, and you would like to apply the principles of older person's care that you have learned to how to do that. So the principles could be that you require to have more patience, you require to have, you require to, even for example, bandaging. So how will you be able to do that to an older adult? Then you have similarity. For example, a knowledge of delirium you're already having, you have been taught, but how to actually practice it, how to bring it into the practice with a new patient. So you will find that there are many new challenges when you experience your training training of the caregivers, to tell them how to apply this. So this is something which you can do with interaction. You give a lesson, a session on delirium, and then you ask them, all right, so have any of you any patients or any family members who you feel are having a delirium, going through a delirium episode? So then you can ask them, what are the symptoms, what are the challenges that you are having, feeling, and through a group discussion, then you are able to sort out, and the other peer group people also understand how to mitigate these small issues which are not given in the knowledge lesson or session for delirium. Then you have degree of original learning. For example, you can apply the new knowledge to complex situations. For example, an empathetic communication to a distressed adult. Now, we do teach how you should do counseling, how you can do an empathetic communication. But again, you're already having original learning. You have to apply this new knowledge to the complex situations. Critical attribute learning is observing non-verbal cues in patients and applying your knowledge. You have been told about how to take care of a delirium patient. When you are talking to the patient, when you are talking to the family, they may not come up with so many problems. Or for that example, for that matter, like an Alzheimer's patient, they will not come up that, we are not able to put the food in our mouth or something, but you are able to observe it. So when you are able to observe it, you have been told how to solve this kind of a problem, how to help the elderly. So you should be able to tell the caregivers that, you will be coming across so many problems which you have to identify yourself. Everything will not be just by interviewing your elderly or your family members, but sometimes by observing and then using the knowledge that you have been taught, you should be able to teach. So the key is that you should use real life caregiving scenarios, and through discussions, through focus group discussions, through bringing out the caregivers to bring out their specific problems and their specific patient related issues, you can help train them better. Then other effective training strategies, as I already told you, encourage participation and peer learning, provide opportunities for feedback and practice, and respect and value the caregiver's prior knowledge. So this is very important. So there is another methodology in which you can do your training program, either full or part of it, and that is called a flipped classroom training program. So in the flipped classroom training program, for example, Dr. Mathur has already shared the app with you. Also, the material is available on the Moodle. So you share this material, this app with the students, and then you tell the caregivers that, all right, now these are your tasks, 1, 2, 3, 4. These tasks in fact, we will be providing you also the same, kind of a exercise. So we will give certain tasks, and you are supposed to through your individual workup on the Moodle, and also going through the app, you may also form very small groups to discuss, and then you come back in the class with the entire group, and then the teacher discusses, or you as a facilitator discuss the various problems that had been given to the peer group or to the individual caregivers. And through this, so what happens is that the caregivers get enough time to be able to find out, to learn, and then to be able to assimilate it, and also to be able to think how they will be able to apply to this particular situations that they are facing. So when they come back, they are so much enriched that you do not have to do the teaching, but you have to just do discussion and clarification, and then you have to just formulate the course content in such a manner that now they are totally equipped to be able to apply the knowledge that was initially supposed to be given to them through a session into a more complex situations. So their psychomotor skills are much better developed than they would have been if you would have just given them either a lecture, or if you would have just given them a skill right away, instead of doing this kind of a participatory learning or an experiential learning, which we call. Now, there are certain barriers to adult learning, and these barriers to learning can be because of lack of time. So because of whatever family problems, or because of work commitments, they may not have enough time. Then there is low confidence, or they may be past negative experiences because of which, it hinders learning, or sometimes resistance to new ideas or technology. When the information technology and when the computers and so many things came up, all of us were not very ready to accept the technology. And so the younger generation, because they were born in the age of technology, they are much more versant with the technology, whether it is online learning skills, whether it is using assessments through the online tools. So we are very resistant, but we should try to come out of this resistance and also bring out our students or the caregivers, so that they are able to have effective learning. So the key to training the adult learners is basically we should be able to identify and minimize these barriers. Then your role basically is as a facilitator and not as a lecturer. That is a very important thing that you must understand, that you don't have to keep on and on speaking. So you should be able to act as a facilitator. You should create a safe and respectful learning environment. They are all adult learners. You should not rebuke them. You should not make fun of them. You should not make any negative comments, because they are all coming from different experiences, different ages. And so some of them may be very experienced as far as caregiving is concerned, even if they do not have the skills. Somebody may have already taken a training session in caregiving, but he doesn't have experience. So you have all kinds of people in your group, and so you should be able to optimize the learning among the peer group also. You should be an agent who helps people to learn from each other. You should always provide constructive feedback rather than giving negative comments. Encourage reflection and self-assessment by the students, and support applications of learning in the caregiving practice. So basically the application of application in caregiving, especially for geriatric care, as I already told you, principles remain the same. This is just some few examples. We can use, for example, role plays for emergency care scenarios, because we cannot create those emergency care. So sometimes role plays are very good. Sometimes providing case studies is good. Sometimes peer sharing of the best practices. For some topics, hands-on demonstration is a good idea, like personal hygiene, assisting in feeding, giving locomotor or mobility support, and sometimes reflection exercises, that what worked and what didn't work and why it didn't work. So to summarize my presentation, you must understand that adults bring prior knowledge and they need relevance of that knowledge to bring context to whatever you are going to teach. The trainers must encourage self-directed problem-based learning. And for an effective caregiver training, there should be a lot of interactivity. There should be practicals which should be given to them, practical exercises, and we should be always respectful of the experience. So that's all I would like to share with you. Thank you very much. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may be having.
I think it has been really enlightening us about the way adults learn, basically. I think our participants would have a lot of queries. So you're all welcome to they could place it in chat box also if need be. Or if they want to speak out, please do that.
Yeah, I want to.
You're not audible if you're speaking.
I request the participants to write in the chat box so that we can have the reply quickly.
I think we'd like to learn how would they like to apply these principles in their practice in future. So that part we will definitely like to learn from them.
So we can take the questions later also, sir, across the 2 days, whatever questions may be coming, no problem.
Yeah. Okay. Please feel free to share, because we are all learning from each other now. It is in a place where probably sharing the knowledge is most important, and learning, as Madam mentioned, that we are part of the adult learning system where we need to learn from each other about the experience of others or so. I think in that, please, Doctor. Yeah, please go.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Sir, ma'am, it was really a wonderful session, short and crisp, and every information was clear. So I just want to thank you for the information that you have provided. And ma'am, one question is that after having this training or the trainer for this session or adult learning that we are applying for the old age people at home and other elderly, so how are we going to access these services, or we are going to give to the other people? Is it through the Caregiver Asha app, or there will be different programs and we will be giving the training to them?
Sir, you can reply, I think.
I think, this is very important. This we will be discussing in coming 2 days, the way these tools are going to be used, because we have tried to develop these tools and try to create an Moodle platform also for online learning. And in case if you have to use it in offline setting also, how the app could be used, this will be learning and interacting or learning how to do that. And for that particular thing, that sets the scene for our next session, where Dr. Preetarshi Patniji would be joining us because it is his domain. He heads the Department of Computer Sciences in the University College here. And I think he will take us through this a particular part, that what are the skills needed for online learning and how could we use all these tools. So I think this is after his presentation, there has to be a lot of interaction, because that is the the main thing for all the health professionals to learn about how to use these tools and how to take them for our purpose. So
I think what Priya was wanting to, I'm not sure, but I think what Priya wanted to know is that after getting trained as a caregiver, how will they find employment or how will they find placement? I think, is it right, Priya? Did you want to know this?
The sense that are we going to have another programs and we are going to the field for the patients to give them care, or telling or generating information or spreading information about the care?
I think that is the main issue, because as we said, that this particular program is the stepping stone for all these future work, basically, because we expect all the trainers who are being trained today or in coming 2 days, they will carry forward this part of caregiver training in their areas. It
Yes.
could be that they could go to the community or to by one
My
to one
only concern
basis.
is that I just not only want the certificate to be kept with me.
Yeah. I think, and that's what we were very clear in telling, that we are joining a movement, and you are
Yes.
joining us. We are going to work together. So that is the main thing, that we want all of us to work together for this particular cause. And until unless we support and learn from each other and continue to do that, it will not serve the purpose. So I think we will carry forward this. And for us, from today, everybody is a part of this movement, and we are going to work together for this particular cause.
Right, sir. Thank you for
There is
clarifying.
one question in the chat box. I'd like to answer that. How can we encourage caregivers to share their experiences, considering that most of them tend to feel shy or reluctant to speak up during the discussion? This is a very, very important question. That's why I wanted to take it up. Even in today's forum, we're not having questions. So breaking the ice is very important, number one. So what we can do in such cases, because they are all adult learners, none of the adults like to ask questions because they feel that, our question may be considered very stupid, or our question may be considered that we do not know anything, and that's why we are asking. So the best thing is probably you can give them a kind of a poll, or you can give them a kind of a form in which, it is it's without name, a feedback, just to collect before your session. You can give them a Google form, or you can circulate without name, and you can tell them to put certain questions or scenarios and collect them, and then take up those sessions without naming. So you have the situation, the scenario discussed in your particular session without actually pointing out anybody. Utility of training is very important, I think, as Dr. Mathur also said, and Priya was apprehensive, that if you are having, once you're a trained caregiver, then people will themselves pick you up, whether they are from old age homes, institutions, and otherwise. Geriatric is a very upcoming branch at present. So we do not have any, guidelines for old age homes. We do not have any set guidelines for recruitment of the caregiving staff in hospitals. But once this comes up, then it will become very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Professor Ruchika ji, please stay online, because we will have to learn and discuss with Professor Patni ji about how to develop skills for online learning, and how are we going to use it for this program and subsequently also. Please, over to you, Professor Patni.
We are practically experiencing and learning at the same time in this very session, where Ruchika madam has started the discussion with having a form in which the students or the participants were giving their so far whatever they have already learned about that information. Then ma'am has asked about the polls, the kind of questions which she has asked here, why you want to learn this, or why you have joined this particular thing. So these are some issues which are always going to be there when we are talking. Most of the participants have muted themselves. This is practically required also, because in an online platform you cannot learn so many people, you cannot hear so many people at the same time. So what happens is, when we are going in an online, we have to first learn about two etiquettes only: when to speak and when to listen. If you want to say something, you first have to raise your hand, or give some indication that you want to say something, or write in the chat box. I'm talking about firstly about the details of online sessions like this we are having presently. You all have gone through the corona period, where such meetings have taken place so many times, and you have learned all of it. My area of explanation will be regarding the Moodle. This is an open source. My screen is visible. Hello.
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you. This is recently developed a Moodle platform for Caregivers Asha. It is available under the name caregiveriasha.moodlecloud.com. We have started with the online program. This is the care skill development program, in which the details regarding the week-wise distribution, the Moodle, each Moodle module is having videos about how you are going to explain, or how you are going to learn about, so that you can make the other people learn about that. This is a video for week 1. You can directly click over here and get the information played in the video form. It is a 6 weeks module program. 6 modules are there. You will be able to I'm not going in details of that, because this very 6 weeks program, we have concised that, and we are executing it in this 2 days training of trainers program, where you will be able to understand what modules we will be teaching in the, or rather you will be teaching to the participants, where you will be explaining how the geriatric care should be taken. There is this is a handbook for caregivers, which we have already mentioned here, and one uh, Care Asha app, which will be useful for all of you. Now I request Khushbu to please play the video for that, so that everybody can understand. I stop my share from here.
Welcome to Care Asha, your caregiving companion. Caregiving is a journey filled with challenges and moments of fulfillment. With Care Asha, you're never alone. Download and sign up, get the app and create your account. Categories: explore a wide range of comprehensive resources and educational videos to help you provide the best care. Topics: learn more with topic-specific content, save your favorites for later. Profile: add your health info and emergency contacts for personalized care. My Records: effortlessly track and share vital health data like BP, blood sugar, and HbA1c, view trends, track progress with easy-to-read graphs, and export as PDF to share with doctors and loved ones. Screening tools: assess perceived stress, Sheldon Cohen, muscle health, SARC-F, and intrinsic capacity, WHO ICOP tool, to stay proactive and informed. Manage stress. Your well-being is a priority. Care Asha offers stress management tools and guided meditation sessions to help you relax, recharge, and care for your mind. Use speech control, ideal for a hands-free experience. Watch and learn. Watch helpful demonstrations and see how to care with our video library. Connect with experts and community. Ask questions, get expert advice, and join a supportive network of fellow caregivers. Donate and support us. Help us expand our resources. Contact us. Need help or advice? Just ask. Empowering caregivers, uplifting lives. Download the app today and start your caregiving journey with ease.
In addition to that, thank you, Khushbu. There are certain queries that they have not still been enrolled into the Moodle program. We are in the process of all the participants who have requested to participate in this training program. We are trying to accommodate all of them into this registration process of this 6 weeks program. We are in the process of that. It may take 2-3 days for the purpose. Please be with us. We'll be sending you an email, the registered email which you have given to us in this registration form. That's all from my side for now, sir. Over to Arvind sir for the next question.
I think there are going to be many questions, sir.
Yes. Please, I'm ready for that.
Yeah, I'll ask all participants that how comfortable are they with the online learning and teaching, basically. As you mentioned, Moodle is a platform.
Sir, one before, can we ask this question? Can be asked after this training of the 3 modules which are scheduled in this pipeline for now? Then they may give the answer that whether they are better or not.
Can you tell us how the polls are being conducted on Zoom?
There is an option. The host can always conduct the polls. It is available in the below down. I cannot have the live demo of that right now. Please see it at the bottom. It is available. Polls can be there.
Okay.
And there is a question, and then you will be having 2 or 4, or as the case may be. Are you in support of it or you do not support it? Like that, there is a question. and there are four options A, B, C, D, then the polls can be conducted then and there only.
Okay. Now, how same thing applies for the breakout groups, etc.
The
Now,
breakout group is for large number of people are there. Then they can be breakout. They can have the smaller rooms where different people can work together. Say for example, we are having 60 people right now, and we can have a group activity of 15, 15, 15. Then there can be a breakout of the rooms where 15 students can participate in one.
regarding your Moodle program which you mentioned,
Yeah.
is it important for somebody to take it in 6 weeks, or it can be accomplished earlier than that also?
It is in all the online programs which we are going to run are at the pace of the participant or the learner. As Ruchika madam has said, the andragogical approach, we are not having pedagogical approach here. At the speed of learner, the course can be completed at an early time also.
If somebody is taking this particular course, how many hours they need to spend per week or so?
I would say per week 3 to 4 hours maximum. 3 to 4 hours maximum, not more than that. By all means, that includes the use of app also, that includes the learning through the module, the manual also, and online also.
Patniji, are you having some kind of a discussion forum for this Moodle?
Presently, I said that we are in the process of making it. For the course, we are. It was not expected. I am really overwhelmed by the response we have received for this particular training program. We started with 2, and now we are having more than 200 registrations for that.
No, you will get a lot of people. Don't worry.
Now we are ready for that. Ji, madam.
Yeah, our tech team was overwhelmed with that, and that's why few of our colleagues who are trying to enroll, they might be having some issues. But I think then we felt that those who are serious about it and those who want to carry forward this particular thing, they will be connecting, and then we are all getting ready for enrolling all our participants over here, and subsequently also for others also could join us basically.
We are, and there are certain other plans also except Moodle. We can have different tools and techniques by which we can make them join here. We can do that.
I think we'll keep everybody informed about this.
Yes, sir.
And with our tech team being headed by Professor Patniji, I think he makes us feel so comfortable with the online things. And so we never realize the intricacies of that. Okay. If anybody has any question or query, please feel free to initiate that or talk about that. Because after this, we are going to dive deep into the main geriatric core care program about which we have been all talking about. It has been a very difficult task to make them concise and summarize them in this short period. All these presentations, which are more than 36 presentations, are there. So as to summarize them in this particular period, but we have the privilege that our senior professionals and experts, they have been able to do it, and headed by Professor Lata, who, as you have heard, who's the principal and professor at College of Nursing at AIMS Bibinagar. So I like now to invite her and her team to start with this presentation. The presentations, because these are the core important issues about the caregiving. Okay. So, yeah, definitely feel free to ask questions or interact and take this opportunity to learn from Madam. Over to you, Professor Lata.
Thank you, sir. Let me share the PPT. Whether my PPTs are visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So
Please
it's
put them into in the presentation form so that they are bigger in the size. And yes,
yeah,
thank you. Thank you.
fine. Yeah. Thank you. Let me hide this. Yeah. Thank you once again and welcome all the participants for this. As we have heard now what we are going to do for next 2 days and why we are conducting this program and how we are going to teach the caregivers, because we have to follow the principles of education, and it is not that every time we will have the classroom teaching or something like that. So we are starting with the content areas now. What are the contents are included in these modules? So I'm covering these 2 modules now, module 1 and 2. Yeah.
Terus habis itu
Yeah, module 1 has 4 topics and module 2 has 6 topics. So module 1 includes introduction and then essential roles and skills of a caregiver, the journey of aging from wellness to the support needs and the communication with the older people. So let me go with module 1 now. So all these modules are going to be presented in this sequence. First, we will tell you what are the topics we are going to cover and what is the learning objective for that particular topic and what are the key content areas and what practical skill is expected and trainer emphasis, training approach and the take home message. So this is the sequence we are going to follow for all the modules now. So the first one is introduction to the caregiving. As it was told by the initial the speakers, the caregivers can be of different people. So here we should know about caregiver as well as the care recipient and also understand how the caregiving begins and why it is essential. So caregivers can be formal or they can be informal. Formal is paid. So somebody would take up this as a career, as it was told earlier also. And the informal is usually the family members. In a country like India, usually the family members and sometimes it could be the friends or the close relatives are the caregivers. So this our sessions are what you are going to teach to the caregivers also differs here, because if it is a paid form of caregivers, for them you have to teach everything, because today they may have a set of patients with them and tomorrow they might go to a different patient, so they should know every aspect of the caregiving. Whereas family members are, if you are teaching, suppose imagine that you have a patients who are having a chronic illness requiring the formal care, extended care from the hospital, then you teach them about the caregiving. So there you are going to have it focused on that particular aspect or for that particular patient or maybe say about similar patients. Whereas formal caregivers, they might keep changing their patients or set of patients. So you have to provide the entire education about the caregiving covering different aspects. Okay. And the care recipient could be the elderly people are having some form of disabilities who are dependent, or it can be people having the chronic illness who need support. Chronic illness doesn't mean that all of them require, say suppose somebody is having type 2 diabetes mellitus or hypertension, they may not require as such care in the sense by the family members like as a dependent. Whereas a patient with the CVA, stroke, our patient is having a CKD with a lot of comorbid conditions, their care would be different than the person who can take care of himself. Okay? And the caregiving begins either it as a gradual process or it can be a sudden one. So the gradual is maybe, as I said, maybe CKD. So slowly it will start, and then they might have some of the chronic illnesses, or some illnesses may add on in the process of becoming the chronicity. So there it is a gradual in onset. Sudden is something like accident. It could be road traffic accident, or maybe cerebrovascular accident, or all of a sudden a person gets illness and then he becomes completely dependent. Then the caregiving is required. What is important here? Why we should have the caregivers? The caregivers have to support their activities of daily living. So this support for activities of daily living can differ from a minimal support to the complete support. Complete support I meant here is the taking care of the hygienic needs, nutritional needs, elimination needs, etc. Or it could be restricted only to providing the medications, are providing a kind of maybe exercises, physiotherapy. So it depends on what is the dependency of the patient, the person who is uh, the requiring the care, that is the care recipients. And it also depends on their medical needs. Sometimes it's only a medication, sometimes maybe they may have a chronic wounds, so wound dressing need to be done, or they may have a pressure ulcers, or we have to prevent the pressure ulcers because the patient is a bedridden. And also the emotional well-being. I hope all nurses are able to relate this. The emotional, the condition of the patient who is completely dependent or even partial dependent on the family members. Because none of us want to be dependent on anybody, isn't it? So when they are dependent, completely dependent, and their emotional stability also matters. So for that, we should provide a complete emotional well-being. So how can we teach this to the caregivers? Sometimes, the patients, when they have Alzheimer's and the stroke and something else is also they're having it. So taking care of them is not easy. For us, hospital, we have a 8-hour shift, or say about 12-hour shift, or maybe one day we do it and then next day we get another patient. So that is, we have a change of patients. But for a caregiver, it is no change. There is no change, isn't it? Unless they are a paid caregiver and every now and then they change it. But informal caregivers, they have to take care of these people throughout 24 into 7. Many a time what happens in a country like India, we have the spouse. Elderly means the spouse is taking care. The spouse is also another elderly person, because the children have to go for work. Otherwise, it becomes difficult for them to run the family, isn't it? So the emotional well-being is very, very essential. I would say emotional well-being of the caregiver as well as the care recipients, both are important. So we should teach them how to have this balance with the emotional, uh, even the psychosocial needs, emotional needs. So we must teach them how to take care of this. So what are the practical skills required here is recognizing the situation needing the caregiver support. That means how much caregiving is required for the recipient. Sometimes it may be a partial, sometimes it may be to a greater extent. So that has to be recognized by the caregiver. The trainer emphasis is caregiving is more than a task, it is compassion and the dignity. We cannot say that, yeah, this is a work, 8 hours work you complete and then go away. No, they have to continue with this. Sometimes the patients would recover. Yes, all of us feel very happy. When they recover, we feel that, okay, whatever I have done, it's good. Is delayed or recovery is impossible. In that case, it is little difficult to take this. Sometimes it may become like, monotonous. So we should tell them how to make sure that both the caregiver and the care recipients are not burdened with this. Okay? We should, that's what in the app also it is given, how to relieve the stress or how to keep ourselves energized. So this aspect has to be told to the caregivers very clearly. And the training approach, we can give lot of examples. Even we can ask the caregivers. Sometimes caregivers would have seen the multiple care recipients, what kind of care they are expecting and how we should give the care. So it is best to start with example from our side. See, I can give you one example as an example. Okay, so we had a patient who has come for a follow-up after heart failure, right-sided heart failure. So when the patient was brought by a patient party for a follow-up to the OPD, and in the cardiology OPD itself, he went into a CVA. We could, I was not there, but those who were there, they could see that he was gradually going into CVA and then falling down. Immediately, he was brought to the emergency room, and then immediate management was started. But still, he had some other comorbidity, so it went for so long. Then what happened? This patient who was having a heart failure became the caregiver for the bystander. So you can imagine what kind of trauma they are undergoing, both of them, patient as well as the caregiver. So this went on for about 4 to 6 months, and then slowly the other person recovered, and this person also was slowly was able to manage, though the heart failure was not completely recovered, but the other person was not able to manage, and then they got into, and then caregiver role was exchanged. So there are multiple examples we get in the hospital to share with them. Why we should give the example? Because this is a andragogy. They learn better with the examples. We know that even pedagogists learn better with the examples. So we should give them that this is possible. It is possible that the caregiving is a prolonged process, and it is possible that we can carry out this care without much burden. So take home message for this topic is caregiving brings comfort, dignity, and purpose to someone's life. It is someone's life. Someone could be the care recipient or it is caregiver. Both will have a purpose in their life. So this is the topic 1. So then we have the caregiving and aging. What is this? Essential roles and skills of a caregiver. What the caregiver is supposed to do here. So again, it depends on whether a formal caregiver or the informal caregiver. But on a broader aspect, let us see the learning objective here is to identify the responsibilities, qualities, and the skills of the caregivers. So the major content areas covered in this topic is responsibilities of the caregiver, what they should do. They should take care of the hygienic needs, feeding or the nutrition, mobility or the exercises, safety of the care recipient or the patient, and the medications, administration of medications with different routes and different doses. You know that there are a lot of aspects in the administration of medication that need to be taught to them, and the companionship. So if the care recipient or the patient is completely dependent, you know that he cannot walk around, he cannot move around, and his social life will be completely disturbed. So he would be expecting that he or she would be expecting that someone will be with him or with her, talking to them and giving emotional support, psychological support. So they would expect that somebody will be with them. Sometimes they will not be able to express what is happening to them. So definitely they require a companionship. So these are the responsibilities which the caregivers are going to play. And what qualities they should have? They should have the patience. Okay. Patience with the patients are very, very essential. And empathy. It is not the sympathy, empathy. So we should be able to feel along with the patient and the respect for them. We cannot say that he is a bedridden person, so I will not respect him. He is completely dependent. No, we should make even the caregivers to realize that it is not a body, he is a person. Okay. And the reliability, how much they are reliable. Especially it is important when you have the formal or the paid caregivers. They should not take that this is a job of a like a robotic job. I will give them a bath, I'll give them a nutrition, but they will not have the connect between the caregivers and the care recipients. So this connectivity is required, and that is where we have to see whether this person is reliable to provide care to the patient, and the competence. Not only that, they should have the qualities of competency in providing the care. How the competencies are developed? It is slowly developed. In nursing, we know that we study for 4 years or maybe 3 years, 3.5 years to develop the competence, isn't it? Even after completing that 3.5 years or 4 years course, we may not be completely competent. Through experience we are becoming competent. So similar way, the caregivers also need certain time, so we should teach them how to become competent. Okay. So these are the important areas, content areas covered here. And the skills required here is practicing observation and the communication skills. We should be a good observer. The caregivers should be a good observer. So we should tell them what to observe. When they give bath, what they can observe. When they talk to the patient, what they should observe. When they provide exercises, what they should observe. So all these aspects need to be told to the caregivers. And the trainer emphasis here is emphasize on empathy, integrity, and the attentiveness. Sometimes care recipients could be talking, sometimes they may not be talking. Sometimes they are in a happy mood, sometimes they may be depressed. So accordingly, we have to provide the care. We cannot say that, okay, the patient is depressed, so I will not talk to him. That time we should give him a emotional support or maybe psychological support. Or sometimes we may have to call to their children and then make children to talk to them. Why I'm telling is these days the families the geriatric homes, patient and maybe a spouse or one person will be here and the children will be working in somewhere else, maybe in other place, other state or other country. So they will be missing. Both children are missing with parents and the parents are missing the children. So we should maybe that time it is essential that we may have to make a video calls or have some virtual meeting so that they both can interact together and both will feel happy. So here the caregiver becomes a liaison between them. It's not that they are not known to each other. They are known to each other. Of course, they are more close than the caregivers if they are a formal caregivers. But it is important for us to teach the caregivers that how we should be attentive in addressing each and every need of a care recipient. Okay? So trainer approach, we can have the role plays here. We can show them how to provide the daily cares so that the caregivers learn it better. So a good caregiver listens with patience, supports with empathy, and acts with integrity. So this is very, very important for a caregiver to continue the efficient care or the successful care for the care recipient. So then the third topic in this module is the journey of aging from wellness to support needs. So all of us know that we are very healthy, we are able to do a lot of activities now, and one day we are also going to be aged. We don't know what kind of situation we will have. So here is a report of a survey which says that 88% of the elderly people feel more comfortable being themselves when they have the caregivers with them, right? And have a supporting sense of purpose. So it is essential for us to make that the caregiver and care recipient, they have the mutual understanding. Sometimes it so happens that recently I have seen a patient. The patient is on a dependency stage and the caregiver is wife, and this patient doesn't want to see his wife at all. Okay, maybe for last 3-4 years he doesn't want to see his wife. Now it so happened that the wife is the caregiver, so he's always getting irritated, and every time he calls and tells her that you send her out, I don't want to see her. Maybe they have some family problem, whatever it is, that is not very important to us what problem they have, but this is the situation you see. And at the same time the wife is also grumbling at every time, I have to be here in the hospital with him all the time. He's not listening to me. He's not doing this. He's not doing that. So both of them are complaining to each other. In such case, both caregiver as well as care recipient will not be happy, will not be satisfied, right? So we should know that with whom he is going to be happy. If there is a problem, if it is mutually understandable, solvable, yes, it can be. But sometimes all family problems we will not be able to solve, and we should not go into that extent also. Our importance here is to provide care to the care recipient depending on their needs. So we should understand how much care they are requiring. So understand the healthy aging, functional decline, and the challenges of aging. So we know that all of us undergo physiological changes as we are aged, right? So as the physiology changes, definitely the function also changes. You can take physiology of the heart, or physiology of the respiratory system, physiology of the GI system. So everything it changes. It will not remain same as it is now in the youth, right? And what are the challenges they do face? One best example I can give you is with the eye and ear, vision and hearing. So we know that gradually this is declining. Can we support it? Yes, it is possible to support. We have specs and we have hearing aids if it is required. So those can be used. Those are the supporting devices which will helps to improve the function. But all the functions may not be replaced or may not be repaired. Okay. So the key content areas in this topic is what is aging, what are the natural process of aging, and how the progressive aging happens, and what is the reduced adaptability among the aged people. So all those who are in attending this program, you would agree, if you had any elderly people at home, their adaptability is very much reduced as they become aged. One best example is after the retirement. Suppose if a person is working, after his retirement, children want to take him back to his home. Do they readily agree? Most of the cases, answer is no. Some people may agree, but most of them do not agree. They say that no, I'm fine. I can manage on my own or with my spouse. I'll be here. I'll not come to children's house because I'll not be able to get adjusted there. And even if you forcefully take them also, they will not be able to adjust with the other family members, different places, new people. They will not have anybody to talk to. So there are different problems they will have. So this has to be explained to the caregivers that this is expected from an elderly person. Okay. And what is healthy aging? So healthy aging, it doesn't mean that after 60 everything ceases, everything will be stopped working. No, it will slowly or gradually decline it, but many will have a good physical, mental and social health that has to be appreciated. Whichever aspect they required care, that has to be given. And the benefits of natural aging are how much independent they will be. See, I have my mother-in-law who is 96 years now. She is not totally dependent. Many things she wants to do on her own. Yesterday, she was telling that she will cook for the entire family. Yes, she feels that she is independent. She can do it. We should allow them to do it. It's not. I cannot say that. Yeah, why should I make a 96 years old lady to cook for everybody? But she feels happy with that. How much ever she is able to do, she will prepare maybe a one dish, but she feels happy and we also feel happy. The remaining can be prepared by the family members, right? So these kind of things has to be taught to the caregiver. Sometimes we may say that okay, he is elderly or she is elderly, she cannot do anything, I will not send her to the kitchen. If I do so, my mother-in-law would become very upset. So we usually encourage her, whatever she wants to do, let her do it. The remaining work we will complete, so that she also feels happy, we are also feeling happy. And that will have even mobility. She is able to walk around, she is able to do all her activities on her own. So this is how we have to support the care recipients, reduce the disease risk and lower healthcare cost. If they are able to take care of themselves, or if the family members are the caregiver, then of course we have a lot of benefits. Okay. And the functional decline, loss of activities of daily living, cognitive and physical decline. Yeah, sometimes it so happens. I have a one of the patient whom I know from the elderly home. She always used to complain to us that the caretaker in the old age home is not providing proper food. And it used to so happen that she will have even twice breakfast, but she forget every time. It is sometimes it can be a cognitive decline or Alzheimer's diseases, dementia. So these problems are expected. Every time we go, she has a complaint that they don't give us anything to eat. And they say that she has already had breakfast. And sometimes we used to give her, and before we leave, she used to say that you have given to everybody some eatables, but why are you not giving me? Since 2 days, I did not eat anything. And by hearing that if you start giving, her sugar level will shoot up. She was having type 2 diabetes, so it was so difficult to maintain the glycemic index for her, because every time she says that the food is not given to me, I have not taken bath, and I didn't speak to my children. So there are a lot of complaints they have. It is not that she wanted to complain, she is purposefully doing it. She is not aware that she is doing all these things. So this aspect has to be taught to the caregivers. And the challenges are physiological, psychological, cognitive, physical, social, emotional. There are many more which we can add on to this. So these challenges they should be able to overcome. The practical skills required by the caregivers are identifying the hazards. Maybe if they have balancing problem or age related problem which they are not able to walk properly, are partially dependent, are the chances of increased risk of infections, and encouraging the routine physical activities. If they are able to do certain activities, we should encourage them. They can do on their own. We should not have restriction for every activities. I have seen couple of families sending their parents or sometimes grandparents to the elderly home because the person has fallen down once at home. They said not to go there, and the person went there and fallen down. So they think that she is always risky, so better we send them to the old age homes. No, this is not good. Even we fall sometimes, isn't it? It's not that they fall purposefully or they wanted to disobey your whatever you say. They thought that they can do their activities on their own, but it so happened once or twice it happens, but we should make sure that it is not a major problem. Somebody is falling down coming with the head of the femur fracture, then you cannot say that it is a simple problem, right? Because you know that the fracture healing is also very much problematic in among elderly. So we should know what kind of risk they have. Or somebody, I can give you another example. We had one burns case coming to the hospital. She was keeping the gas on all the time and doing the activities. Okay, so she was a 76-year-old lady. The children used to go for work. Her son and the daughter-in-law both were going for work, and the grandchildren were going to the school, and they used to cook everything, keep ready for her and go. But still, in spite of that, sometimes she used to go and start cooking in the kitchen. What she does is she keeps the gas on, all of us keep it on, and then once cooking or heating up is over, then she will blow and then off the gas, not by switching off the knob, just blow to it, like, like this she will blow, and then she think that it is off and she comes back. She used to do that, and once it so happened that the gas was leaking and then got caught into a fire, but like fortunately there was not a major injuries, she survived. So these kind of injuries are very risky, so this has to be taught to the caregivers that what kind of the risk we can expect with them, with these kind of patients. And the trainer emphasis is focus on the respect, safety, and the holistic support. So we should treat individual as an unique individual. We can't say that he is a patient, he cannot do anything. Okay. So we can train them with the group discussions and challenges of aging. There are various challenges because of the declinement in the physiological function. So we can have the group discussions, even the role play can be done. So different methods of teaching can be used here. So aging is a journey with care. Older adults can remain independent and fulfilled. So we see a lot of older people these days, they have the self-help group, they go and help the other people, isn't it? So in my previous institution, I have seen like there were four actually, elderly people. Morning around 9:30, they come to hospital, and till 5:30, they will be roaming around the hospital. Nobody is paying for them. They call themselves as social workers, and they go and help the people who are in need, and they find happiness with that. So there are a lot of people who are helping each other and who are ready to help. So those skills has to be utilized. And the topic 4, this is the last topic of this module 1, is communication with the older people. So how should we have the communication? So the key communication skills are important here, and it depends on a lot of aspects. Patience and respect both are important here, and we should understand the cultural background of a care recipient. So what is their cultural background and what kind of a person he is? Some are like very talkative, all the time they want to talk to, and some are very minimally talking people. They don't want to talk much. They enjoy their being peace, not with many people. Maybe some are involved with some of the religious activities. So we should know all this background before we provide them the meeting the communication needs. Use the nonverbal cues, maintain eye contact, and please remember that these people may have decline in the sensory organs, especially the vision and hearing. So we should know if they have those kind of problem, how we should talk to them. They reduce the background noise so that they will be able to hear it clearly whatever we speak, and use the short sentences, because long sentences sometimes they may not be able to comprehend. And give response time. It's not that one way talking, we keep talking all the time and we are not allowing the person to talk. So we should teach this also to the caregiver. You talk to them, give a pause, let the care recipient respond to the talk, what is going on, or the conversation, and they should not become disturbed in between, and thinking that this patient is not able to talk. So that kind of feelings are not good. And visual aids to be used, hearing aids should be used, sometimes other kind of assistive devices if it is required. And many a time written notes helps if they are able to read and write. So we can give them paper. Even if you want to convey to them, we can write in the paper, and that can be shown to them. They will be able to read, but make sure that they are able to read. One is literacy, the second thing is the vision. Both should be good, then they are able to read and understand. I have seen a lot of families, they are able to do this in the elderly home where we used to visit. There also we had some of these elderly people. They used to, they used to keep a pad, and someone who is not able to hear at all, even with the hearing aids, for them we used to write and show. And those people used to dance. One elderly person, I still remember, he used to say that, okay, you now put me some Hindi movie song, I want to dance. But he's not able to listen to it, but we should put a song, and then he will make sure that the song is going on, and he will start dancing. Sometimes they love this kind of activities. So this has to be taught to the caregivers, that you should do all these activities, and the care recipient will be very happy. So the practical skills required here is practice communication with hearing and vision impaired elderly. Sometimes even maybe a person has undergone some of the larynx problem, he's not able to speak. Or a person with a stroke, completely dependent, he's not able to speak. So those skills we should have. And the communication supports their dignity and the trust is very essential. We must make sure that the caregivers is having a proper, or I would put it in other way, care recipient, the patient should trust the caregiver. As I was giving another example, husband and wife always fighting, so that will not be a trusty relationship, though they are husband and wife, because they don't like each other. So the trust between the care recipient and caregiver is important. Training approach, we can have the role plays. So the kind words, patient listening, and gentle presence preserve the dignity. So this is about the communication. So all these four topics are covered in the module 1. So I think we should take a break here for 5 minutes, or we can have the discussion. Over to Professor Mathur, sir.
I think it has been so comprehensively presented. It would need discussion, but we can have a break of 5 minutes, and thereafter we can continue with the discussion and the remaining presentations. Or you like to have discussion about these topics right now for 2-3 minutes, and then we have a break? I think if participants have any query or any comment or question, it is all most welcome.
Yeah, please write your questions in the chat box so that we will be able to answer to it.
I think this module has set the scene for the introduction to the whole thing, that who are the caregivers, care recipients, what are the qualities of caregivers, or what are the needs of the older people. So that is important thing. And Madam has already defined and summarized these things. You must be having few queries in your mind. Please do come forward with that. Can somebody share their experience about communication with the older people? Yeah, you could unmute and
May I ask? Yes.
yeah, please.
Good morning, ma'am. It was wonderful
Yeah,
presentation.
please. Yeah.
You have given so live examples, and we always see these things in our daily life. As we have elderly at home also, so as sir is asking by of sharing the experience, as you said that we have to talk them or maintaining the eye contact. The same thing is happening with my father as I'm talking to him, or he's having some issue with hearing right now. He's 64 years old. So with your examples, I was just comparing the same thing as he is experiencing. So earlier, I used to say that, Papa, you are not able to hear it. So I used to again ask him, or I think I was not responding in a way that you said that we have to be polite at that time because they are our parents. So we sometimes irritated when 3 or 4 times it happens. So I think we should actually, we say that charity begins at home, or everything begins at home. We have to start from our home itself. So I think I am going to imply this thing after hearing you and the examples that they are having this problem for real, and we should accept that thing. So instead of reacting, we should respond and have patience and then talk to them in a way that they should also feel safe. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Karina, if you could unmute yourself and have your comment, please. Karina Dema, I think you had your hand raised. Okay, I think we missed her. Karina, can you unmute yourself and ask your question? I think we have okay. Then one more the hand was raised for Oppo phone. No?
Yeah, there is a comment here that old age person can't speak clearly, and negligence by the youth is too much nowadays. Yeah, because all of us are having no patience these days, right? Patience has become very rare now. So patience is very, very important here. If we are patiently listening to them, probably we are able to understand them. And if you don't have patience, sometimes we may have to ask them to repeat. If they are not able to speak properly, we have to ask them to repeat. So once they repeat, we are able to have the conversation in a proper way. And we should not come into any kind of judgment. You can analyze the situation, but never be judgmental, because we don't know what the patient is feeling, what exactly he wanted to share. So non-judgmental is also important here.
Ma'am, we can have a short 5 minutes break. So
Yeah, sure.
it is 12 o'clock right now. 12:05. We'll join
Yeah,
back.
yes. So all of you can stretch and then come back.
Stretch, yeah, come back. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, can
Yes, sir.
we continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, dear colleagues, we are back to our second presentation. Over to you, ma'am. Please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Let me share my PPT.
Ma'am, before that, we have a question in a chat box from Sophia.
Yeah, yes. We will take it up. 1 minute. I just gave it a slide share. I think it got stuck here. Yeah. There was some case, there was a ticket. Yeah, I read the question. I think whoever have the access would have read it. So we have a very, I mean, elderly person, paid caregiver, but caregiver is taking care of the person nicely, but the care recipient is not happy with the caregiver. Isn't it, Miss Sophia? Yeah, this is the problem with many people these days, where I have seen the elderly home also. Many a time the people were institutionalized because of this reason also. Yeah, what I feel is we cannot make anything with the care recipient here because she is already having lot of problem. Changing the caregiver would be one of the solution I feel, or else the a family has to keep talking to her very frequently, maybe a kind of video calls or some kind of the maybe sometimes in the phone call also it may be difficult having this through the smart TV attaching and then seeing them in a big screen. Conversation with them would help to some extent. At the same time, the paid caregiver, you have written that the paid caregiver is very nice. If they are nice, they are able to understand all these things, that is good, but always irritating, even the physical injuries, they may not stay there for a long time. So I think sometimes the family may have to take some time off and then be with the elderly person and then go back. So some kind of arrangement has to be done. I think that may be doable. I'm not telling that you have to do only this. I'm giving these are some of the options that can be done. But however, finally, the family has to take the final call on this. Have I answered your question, Sophia?
Oh yeah, thank you, Professor Lata. But the problem is that she even now she doesn't want to talk to her daughter and her granddaughter. Kind of like she had shut down her life, and then she is mad to everybody. Even I, as her doctor, before I could talk to her, and she was nice to me. But now she doesn't like me too.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with her.
Yeah.
She has been on medication. I got help from a psychiatrist, my friend, and also a geriatric consultant. But seems like everything doesn't work.
Yes, if it's already on psychiatric medications and then psychiatrist is seeing her, or I mean, maybe anything to adjust with the dosages, and sometimes it requires a lot of patience. The thing is with you or with the caregiver or with anybody, patience is very much it is required. I feel probably the person is frustrated are emotionally, I know, emotionally not stable, otherwise all this would not have happened. So in case of frustration also this can happen, which example I was giving you, the recently whom I have seen, husband and wife, they were always having fight, but there are no other caregiver available, right? So somewhere we have to make the wife adjustment there, but here it is the caregiver is good but the care recipient doesn't want to talk to anybody. What I feel is mm, maybe you'll have to consult the doctor once again and see if anything can be done, or if other than daughter, if anybody else can talk to them, that's what I can suggest. More than this, I would request even Professor Arvind Mathur sir to comment on this.
सर आप म्यूट हैं.
These issues are very important, and we have to advocate for the caregivers themselves also. And particularly, dementia caregiving is always a major issue. As it has been described, the patient appears to be having quite advanced dementia also. So, in dementia caregiving, these issues they need to be recognized. Caregiver needs to have some support definitely, and recognition of their problem itself is at times helpful, that if they feel that their problem is being recognized, they they will feel good about that. And of course, finding some social solution is another important thing, and some treatment for the care recipient, some dementia management also, because their behavioral disorders, they need some treatment also.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. And let us move on to the second module. The first module was on caregiving and aging, and the second module is about personal hygiene and daily care. I understand that all the participants here in this session now are the healthcare professionals. So we all know about how to provide the personal hygiene. I'm not going to tell you that how it has to be given, but I'm going to tell you how you should make the caregivers to understand and then provide the personal hygiene and the daily care. So this module has 6 topics about bathing, care of ears, hearing aids, nose and eyes, care of hair, skin, nail, foot, oral care, denture care, and finally the hand hygiene. So we'll see one by one now. First is bathing. Yeah, the objective of this topic is learn bathing methods, garment care, and the adoption for dementia. So here, the major content areas covered in this topic under this module are the bathing, whether it can be given in standing, seated, bed bath, or the deep bath. Again, it depends on the dependency of the patient. If you are teaching to a formal caregiver, so all this technique has to be taught. If it is to the informal caregiver, depending on their patient's need, the bathing, different types of bath need to be taught to them. But we must make sure that we should respect their privacy, cultural and religious preferences. And sometimes, I had a patient when I was working in trauma center. We had a person who had come with major accidental injuries. I mean, giving this as an example for the cultural and religious preferences. Finally, he passed away. We could not survive him. And as soon, the moment he was declared dead, immediate response from the family members was they came to me and they said, "Don't touch him." And the way they were telling, I thought, what happened? Till then, I had given all the cares. We intubated and I have started the IV line, taken the blood samples, and then suctioning was done. Everything was done for him. The moment he said he is declared dead, then I have to remove everything, right? ET tube and all the IV lines, everything has to be removed, and then we should give the death care. So when I was about to start that, the patient bystanders, they said, "Don't touch." Then I thought, what happened? Whether they are because it was a sudden accidental injury and then passed away in the trauma center. Then I thought it's going to be a kind of violent behavior or something. I stood back for maybe for about 10-15 seconds. Then I asked, what is the problem? Any problem? Then they said, no, they used to call us nurses as sisters. They said, sister, you please move away from here. Then I thought, what did I do? What was the mistake? So I moved away from there, and then we had a PG, and then PG was asking what happened. That sister is very nice. She is very good sister. Why are you telling this? Then they said, in our culture, after the death, ladies should not touch the body. Till then, I was not knowing that, though I belong to the same place, but I didn't know that one particular community has this belief. So this kind of feelings we have to respect. Though he was already dead, everything was over, but still, this is their, the religious and the cultural practice that has to be respected. So we must teach the caregivers also about this kind of the backgrounds, okay, and the hair washing technique, how they should wash the hair. If it is ladies having the long hair, you can imagine how difficult it is to wash, right, if they are completely dependent. So that need to be taught to them. If the patient and the relatives, everybody is agreeing, even we can cut short the hair if they have too long. Need not be very short, but maybe a little manageable length, okay. And then dementia care, if they have dementia, what should be the routine cares. And we may have to label many a time. Safety adoptions are required. What happens is dementia patient and the medication, those who have cared for dementia, you will know it is very difficult for them to remember whether they have taken the medications or not. And double dose should not be happening, and they should not be missing of the doses. And we used to give, like, label weekly and then give. For sometimes they forget to see that only. that yeah, it is labeled and kept, but if they see only, they will remember, otherwise they don't remember, right? So you should have the different ways of making them understand that they should take the medications on time. And the garment selections, comfort, dignity, cleanliness, some people want to have they don't want to change their dress even if they are completely dependent, completely bedridden also, and then we should tell them what kind of the dress or the maybe gown is useful for them, how they should wear it, and what kind of the modifications are done based on their the cultural background or the religious background. But comfort is most important, at the same time dignity. Earlier days, those who are seniors here, you would agree with me, there used to be a gown, we used to send them to the OT, and 3/4 of the part of the back is seen with that. So nobody will be happy with that, isn't it? So we should teach the caregiver that what care we should take care. I mean, what kind of care should be given to these patients when we are addressing the personal hygiene. Demonstrate the bed bath and the hair wash. So the practical skill mostly here is demonstration, not only bed bath and hair wash. This is one of the example. Every aspect has to be demonstrated to the caregivers depending on the dependency status of the patient. And the safety and dignity are the priorities here. So we should remember that if they are partially dependent, they try to do their activities on their own, and it's all the more difficulty. The fall risk is very high among the partially dependent patient than the completely dependent. Completely dependent, at least they are not able to move around, right? The fall risk are going and getting themselves injured with many things are very, very problematic with the partially dependent patients. So this need to be taught to the caregivers. The training approach is demonstration is the best here, because they should know how to give bath and how to give the hair care. So it is not just demonstration, and we should ask them to do the written demonstration. So if you are giving it to a group of people, you can use the mannequins, or if you are giving it to the informal caregivers in the hospital, we can teach them. When you do it, we teach them, like how you teach them about the self administration of insulin, right? Or maybe the tube feeding. So the similar way, the bath or the hygienic care also need to be taught to them, and then you should observe them giving the written demo. So bathing preserves dignity and comfort, respect preferences, and ensure safety. So the person who is taking bath every day feels very comfort and very happy, isn't it? Even the bedridden patient, or even the partially or completely dependent patient, also need to be given once or twice depending on the temperature. The place where I live, here the humidity is very high. Maybe once bed bath may not be sufficient. Sometimes we may have to give it twice. So this has to be made understood to the caregivers, so that they will be able to provide the complete care to the recipient. The next topic here is personal hygiene, care of ears, hearing aids, nose, and eyes. Though the face is very small, but it has lot of organs, important organs, that all the organs need to be taken care. Provide safe care to the ears, hearing aids, nose, and eyes are the main objectives here. The content covered in this topic are clean the ears. We know that we have to start from the clean, I mean the ears and the eyes both, where we have to clean, how much we need to do, and the daily cleaning is required here. And the nose also, the gentle cleaning is required, and it depends on whether they have any NG tube. If they have the nasogastric tube, how we are going to clean, that has to be taught to the caregiver. uh, I mean, comes to all those the tubings which are inserted in any of the orifice. It can be the nasogastric tube, or it can be the catheter, urinary catheters, or sometimes we may have gastrostomy done, and the gastrostomy tube may be there, or sometimes peg tube. So depending on different tubings, we will have to teach them, because they are not going to touch this thinking that it might dislodge or it might cause injury. So we should get the re-demo done several times here. We used to do that. I was working in a neurosurgery ward, head injury block. Head injury block in a neurosurgery area, most of the time we have this completely dependent patient. So we used to teach the relative every now and then how to give the catheter care, and they are so scary to touch the catheter. What will happen if they touch the catheter? No, they used to clean the entire area the perineal region, but except the catheter where it goes and comes out. So we should tell them how to handle this, then they will be able to provide the care. And demonstrate hearing aids insertion, how it has to be inserted, and it should be properly fitting one. Okay, and the eye cleaning techniques, we say that we should start from the inner canthus to the outer canthus, and then we can put the eye drops if it is becoming too dry, or maybe sometimes eyelid is not completely closing, then what we should do. So all this technique has to be taught to the caregiver. The emphasis here is these organs are very sensitive, so the gentle and the cautious handling is very essential, because we cannot like how we rub the body part, the same way we cannot rub the face. It has to be taken care very cautiously, so that need to be taught to the relatives very frequently, and we should make sure that they are able to do this. In other body parts maybe cleaning is okay, but when it comes to the ears, eyes, oral cavity, or nasal cavity, the extra care has to be given. The training approach here is, of course, demonstration and the written demo is important here. And the small sensors need careful, compassionate care to preserve the dignity and the comfort. And if even a drop of water going inside the eyes, how much it is discomfort for us. And if something like that happens to the patient, he's already a patient, and if over that, if we are not taking care properly, he will have more discomfort. So that need to be taught to the caregiver. The second topic here is personal hygiene. Under personal hygiene and daily care is personal hygiene, care of hair and the skin. So the hair care, the objective here, ensure proper hair and the skin care. The hair combing or brushing every day or maybe twice a day as per the requirement, shampooing, assessing the scalp for any injuries or dandruff or sometimes lice or something like that, and managing the infestations, respecting personal style. Usually for completely dependent and bedridden patient, we know that we will put if they're ladies, we will have a 2 plates done. So sometimes they may not like it. So the best way is, if they are agreeing, cut short the hair. That is always best, only if they agree. Because many a time the ladies want to have the long hair, they don't want to cut short too much. In such case, we cannot say that, because we cannot give a care for a long hair, so we want to cut short. Maybe we can cut it with their permission. If they don't agree, then we should be able to teach the caregivers that we how to take care of the hair. Okay? And the shaving, safe techniques of shaving, post shave care has to be given. And you know that if they are elderly, the wrinkling of the skin, so they have to use the electric razor. If they don't know how to use it, we must teach them how they can use the electric razor in order to avoid the injuries caused. And the cleaning of the skin, if they have a dry skin, moisturizing, frequent moisturizing may be required. And the circulation also has to be taken care. So many a time we say massage has to be, or massaging to be done, but we should know if there are any contraindication for massaging. So we should make the caregiver understand that in which are the conditions we should not massage. Most of the conditions are okay, but certain contraindications may be there that need to be talked to them. That particular area need not be massaged, and the rest of the areas to be massaged. So this has to be clearly told to the caregivers. Otherwise, if they do once a small mistake, they will be scared to touch the patient second time. The practical skills here again is the demonstration of the safe shaving, even the hair care, back massage. So whatever is required, that has to be demonstrated. And the training approach is demonstration. That's what, sorry, repeating. The take home message here is healthy hair and the skincare brings the confidence and joy, shaving respect for the personal choice. So, sorry, showing respect for the personal choice. I had a patient who was 86-year-old retired bank manager. He was having the Hansen's disease on both the limbs, and that's how he became completely dependent when admitted in our ward. He was there for about 18 months in the hospital. And he used to tell that, I want to shave in a Shah Rukh Khan style. Those who are attending from outside India, Shah Rukh Khan is one of the film hero here in India. Many people like him. So they used to say that I want to shave like this, I want to do this kind of hairstyle, I want to wear this type of dress. So we should respect them, and they feel confident whenever he bring a new shirt and he wanted to wear in a different kinds of shirt, okay, like what these days the very young children wear, the flower shirt and things like that. And he used to call everybody and show that this is my new shirt, how is it? And he will say, you make me sit on this, I will sit in the wheelchair, I want to go around. And he wanted to show that to the other patients also. So sometimes this small gesture of taking him around will boost his confidence, and he feels very happy. So we used to feel the happiness, we used to see the happiness in his face, in his eyes, and he used to be grateful for the entire healthcare team making this arrangement for him. So such things has to be taught to the caregivers, that you do according to the like and dislike of the care recipient, that is the patient. The topic for here is personal hygiene, that is nail and the foot care. The nail care is very important. The foot care, again, it depends on the comorbidity of a patient. One best example I can give you is a patient with type 2 or type 1 diabetes. We know that they should not have even a minor injuries in the anywhere in the skin, especially in the foot, right? So the nail care is very, very important here, and you should tell them how to cut short the nails. The importance here is to prevent the infection and avoid any kind of injuries and providing the comfort. Inspection of the skin and the nail for the color, shape, texture, and the skin condition. That many a time these superficial inspection of the superficial organs will help us to know the general condition of the patient. Okay, the daily washing has to be done, drying, and then trimming of the nails. Usually we say that you have to cut it straight across the nails, and sometimes some people may not like it. I was teaching this to the many patient. We used to even cut and show them how to make a straight cut, and the moment we leave, they take the nail cutter and then they make a shape of it, telling that you don't know how to cut it. So we should explain to them how it has to be done and why we have to do it. So that need to be taught to the caregiver, so that they can even explain to their patients and then do it. Diabetic foot care is very essential if they have diabetes. Otherwise also foot care is essential, but diabetic we have to take the extra care. The practical skill required here is demonstration of the safe nail trimming. And sometimes, I had a patient who want to always paint the nails, nail paint or nail polish. And sometimes we used to say that patient had even PVD, peripheral vascular disease. So we used to say that at least one toe you don't put the nail polish or the nail paint, so that we will know whether the blood supply can be seen here, little bit of that, or else we have to go with the other capillary refilling, checking. So all these aspect has to be taught to the caregiver, that sometimes having the long nail is not good. Some people want to have the long nail because they like it. Maybe we call it as fashion or whatever it is, but they like it. So we should tell them, and we should make them understand how to convince the patient to cut short these nails. Okay? And the training emphasis is vigilance with the feet in diabetes prevents the serious complication. That in diabetic, those who get the diabetic ulcer, many of them will go for the amputation. So, and this is preventable. So we should teach them how to take care of the feet. See, when I was a diabetic counselor. So when I was counseling a patient about the foot care, and I used to tell them that you can place a mirror in front of the feet and then you can see it. Now he was a obese patient, of course, having a big abdominal obesity. He was not able to see his feet. Then I used to tell them that, okay, we can keep a mirror, and then in front of the mirror we can see. Then he was feeling ashamed when I said mirror and the feet. He said, mirror, we use it to see the face, not to the feet. What are you telling? No? Then I have to tell him that this is the way you can visualize. Otherwise, you might end up with a pressure ulcer, the foot ulcer, and that will lead into a major problem. Then we have to buy a mirror for him and then show him that this is how you can do it. And it took almost 4 days for me to convince him that mirror can be used to visualize his between the toes and then take care of his feet. So it is doable. Sometimes it is difficult, but it is doable. So this aspect need to be taught to the caregivers. And the training approach is demonstration, and the supervision or written demo. Please remember module 2, most of the areas training approach is demonstration only. Okay. Take home message here is caring for nails and feet protects the health, comfort, and well being. Even the amputation can be reduced in high risk cases. Okay. And the personal hygiene, the next aspect is oral care and the denture care. Maintain the oral hygiene and the denture safety. Importance here is prevent infection, improves comfort, and stimulates the appetite. Sometimes when we teach the elderly patient in the neuro rehab, when we were telling that you have to give the oral care 4 times a day, I used to teach them that we have to give oral care four times a day, especially when we have only the nasogastric feeding. And the patient bystanders used to ask me, he's not taking anything orally, why should we give? We need not to give only because he's not taking oral feed. So there comes the importance of the teaching. We should tell them that why it is important 4 times or at least twice a day, why it is important need to be taught to them. Once they understand the scientific reason behind it, probably they'll be able to do it better. Risk for the poor care, if we are not providing a proper dental care, they may end up with cavities or the gum diseases, maybe inflammation, bleeding, bad breath, and even the loss of the tooth. So this need to be explained to the caregivers. And brushing, we should use the soft brush. We know that what kind of brush we use. The similar way we need to be taught to the patients also. And the dentures, it has to be cleaned daily and using the lukewarm water, remove at night, store in a labeled container. Along with that, one more point which I want to add here is we should make sure that the denture is fitting properly. You know, I had one cute couple, elderly people in one of the slum where we used to have the slum visit, and we said we were giving them something, and my students wanted to take a photograph with those elderly person, and both of them are not coming to the photo together. They say once, first with the husband and then with the wife. Then I was thinking, what happened? Why are they not coming together? They will have slums, they will have a small hut like, but they will go inside and then one will come out. Finally, I asked, why are you doing like this? Then they said they have only one denture. When they smile, teeth has to be seen. So they used to exchange. Husband and wife are exchanging the dentures. Then they were coming and giving the pose for the photos. So properly, I mean, this should never happen. But what I'm telling is the denture fitness is important. Okay, it's not that once they brought the denture and next 30-40 years they are using the same dentures. May not be possible. Denture fitness is equally important, so this also need to be taken care. And demonstrate the safe brushing for dependent patients, and show the denture cleaning and the storage as the skill part or the procedural part. Trainer emphasis here is the providing oral care improves the comfort and the overall health of a person. He will have, though they are not able to talk sometimes, they feel comfort and they are able to take food properly when we give the proper oral care. Otherwise they will not have the taste sensation, and our taste sensation will be diminished because of this improper oral care, and that reduces the food intake. Okay, training approach is demonstration. Even you can have the role plays or the group discussions done. The take home message for this topic is clean, healthy mouth ensures the comfort, appetite, and the overall well being. You know that appetite is increased, they are able to eat, otherwise, they will not eat, and overall health will be declined to them. The last topic of this module is hand hygiene. So hand hygiene, like what we study or what we practice every time, that only need to be taught even to the caregivers. Apply the correct hand hygiene techniques in the caregiving. Many a time we have seen how people wash the hands also, right? If you want to really see the different types of hand washing done by the people, even the healthy people, I would say public, when you attend some of the functions where you have a lot of people maybe going for the food, you just see their hand hygiene technique or the hand washing technique. Some will have even 3-4 of drop of water on the hand and they do this, hand washing is over. But that cannot happen for when we are taking care of the patient. And we have the WHO techniques of hand washing, 5 moments of hand washing. The same thing can be imparted to the caregivers. Sometimes following every technique, every moments may not be possible to them, but we should advise them doing that is very important. Then only we will be able to have the complete success of the hand washing. Okay, so the important content area is prevents infection, protects patients and the caregivers, both patient as well as caregivers. Okay, and when they should do the hand wash, I would say WHO's moments of hand washing we can follow. And along with that, this also can be taught to the bystanders. I mean, the caregivers is before and after the contact of the person, before and after toileting. Many people ask, why should I use before toileting? It depends. If the person is completely dependent, then we have to do it, because for him it may not be necessary, but the caregiver it is necessary. Maybe you are doing some other work and with the same thing you cannot go and touch his catheters or urinals, etc., right? And the before and after meals, before and after wound care, the cleaning is before and after the entire body cleaning. So this is essential. How do we do the hand washing? Soap and water is always preferred, but sanitizers can be used, but soap and water is the preferred hand washing technique. Okay, the teaching children, we use different songs and the glitter demos, and I think since COVID onwards we have got a lot of awareness about the hand hygiene and the mask and those things. Even public are aware of about the importance of hand hygiene now, and different kinds of videos are already available in the YouTubes. You can use them, but be aware of the copyrights and other things. But definitely when it is available in the public, it can be told to them that you can watch these videos and they can learn also. And this need to be taught to the caregivers, not only to the caregivers, even to the patients or the care recipient. The practical skill here is stepwise demonstration of the hand washing. Initially they will have confusion, but definitely they will be able to learn this. The role of the caregiver here is, the trainer emphasis is consistent hand hygiene is the simplest life-saving act, especially uh, among the bedridden patients. So are the patient who is having the lower immunities, like maybe the cancer patients or cancer survivors, are the patient organ transplant recipients. For them, the prevention of, infection or maintenance of hygiene is very, very important, that need to be taught to the caregivers. Training approach is demonstration. Take home message here is clean hands save life, wash often, wash right. There are different slogans available about the hand hygiene, so that need to be uh, told to the caregivers, or it can be like a mantra of prevention of infection, the safe care through the safe hand hygiene or proper hand hygiene. So with this, I have completed module 1 and module 2. Thank you very much for your patient listening. And once again, I thank the organizers for having such a great platform for everybody to learn. I feel like I have come back to the voluntary service organization once again. So I'm happy to take the doubts if there are any, or clarifications, or if there is some important points to be shared also. Thank you very much. Over to
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think you had a huge task of accomplishing the big chapters in such a short time, but you did it in such a way of explaining everything. I think this is very important component of caregiving. Personal hygiene remains the important part for the activities of daily living also, major part of that. I think we must be having, participants would be having questions. So I'll request them to come up with their queries. And it's a privilege to have Professor Lata with us today. So take this opportunity to, to clarify your doubts or put your experience also. We just want to learn from your experience.
There is one question here in the chat box. What should be done in advance to prevent dementia? This is actually out of our scope. However, if sir wants to address this, I give it to you, sir.
I think dementia prevention has been a major issue talked about all these years, and we will have to realize what are the causes for it first before we talk of prevention. So it has been now realized that there are certain disorders, vascular disorders, which are responsible for this. So taking care of these non-communicable diseases, that is one important preventive aspect which could be considered, or diabetes, hypertension, or any atherosclerotic condition, strokes, etc. Besides, the other things which have been considered are that maintaining good physical activity also and continuing with cognitive exercises also helps us in delaying or preventing the dementia to occur. There are certain food items which have been related with this, but there are different takes on that. Besides this, identifying them early so as to detect, retard their progression is also another important preventive aspect. I think this itself is a major issue, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
And taking care
I
of them
see
is
one.
yeah, please.
No,
Thank you,
thank you, sir. Please continue.
thank you so much, sir, for answering this question.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for attending and thank you for your question. Sir, with your permission, I request Veena Tray Aditya, staff of Alzheimer's from Indonesia. Could you share your experience like in working in the Alzheimer's hospital or center, it must be. So how do you take care of these aspects there? Am I pronouncing correctly? I don't know. Veena Try Aditya.
Yeah, she's right now in Qatar. But I think this is the toughest of all. Caregiving of a dementia patient is toughest of all.
Yes,
Basically.
that's what I wanted to listen from
Yeah,
them
because
to
I
share
think
their experiences.
learning
Yeah.
from them is very important.
Yes. If you are talking, probably you are muted. Or else, if we are not able to talk now, we can give you the chance later also. But we want to hear from you once.
Veena has put certain questions.
Yeah.
In your experience, what are the most common challenges caregivers face when maintaining the personal hygiene of elderly patients, and how can these be addressed effectively?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm considering that here this care recipient is completely dependent, maybe a kind of unconscious person. Maybe with that example, I can give one of the challenge which the caregiver could experience is usually when we give a bath or the skin care, we are able to observe the chances of getting the pressure sore, or if there is any compromised circulation, or if there are any pre-symptoms of infection, inflammation, things like that. So if the caregiver is not able to identify that, then it becomes really a toughest job. I had a patient who had fall from a coconut tree, and then he was completely quadriplegia, and then the wife was taking care of him. And the wife used to say that every day I used to give a bath and then back care and everything, but he developed a pressure sore. How is that possible? Then when I was seeing the back of inspecting the back of a person, I could see the pressure sore in one area, and the other area I was showing her that look at this. This is the early signs of the pressure sore. And then she said, I never realized that it's going to be a pressure sore. I thought it is something a little bit of discoloration. If they are very fair people, the skin color change you can make out. But if we are like a brownish skin, then immediate skin color also you cannot make out. No, so those early identification of this kind of problems are one. And the second thing is, if the patient is completely unconscious, providing even the back care and the oral care is challenging because they are not able to brush on their own. Though you use the brush or you use some other form of cleaning, they are not able to even clean their mouth or the oral cavity. Aspiration is the biggest problem there. But saying that, you can't stop giving the oral care also. So here comes the importance is the positioning of the patient when you are giving the oral care. And another problem they can have with even the eye. So they, if they don't know that eyelids need to be kept closed in case if their patient is not able to close on his own. So we have to advise them that we may have to keep a cotton or a gauze piece, and then we have to tape it at least during the night. Otherwise, that complete, I mean, the throughout the day, if the eye is getting exposed without blinking, what are the problems expected? We are aware of it. So again, it depends on the individual patient. Each patient is having the unique problems. Based on that, we should be able to teach the caregivers. If it is a common, like a paid caregiver or the formal caregiving aspect you are teaching, then all these aspect has to be covered so that they will be able to provide the best care without any complications or without any problems.
There is another comment by Dr. Dev Narayan about somebody refusing dental treatment. That is one area where probably counseling would only help us.
Counseling is very, very important. Even I have seen dentures they have, but they don't want to wear the dentures. Even that kind of people are also there. Only counseling can help them.
There is another from Hassan. Sometimes patient beliefs are harmful for their own life. So as a caregiver, it is very difficult to manipulate their beliefs. Yeah, this is an important task to navigate these situations. These are the challenges of caregiving itself. But we have to do what is best for the patient. That is one important thing which safeguards him basically. Imelda, if you have any comment, please unmute yourself and come.
Hello, everyone. I'm Imelda Teresia from Alzheimer Indonesia. And so I would like to share about a question that the risk factor. And then you're right, Dr. Arvin, there are 14 risk factor, especially for the older person. And could I share a slide? Okay.
Yes, please.
Sure.
And this is in Bahasa, in Bahasa Indonesia, so probably I will try to explain it a little bit about the risk factor. So we need to be aware about the 14 risk factor of the older persons, especially the alcohol consumption, air pollution, and also obesity, diabetes, and also depression, and also hearing loss, and also vision loss. And if we already aware about it, especially for the health practitioner, and we need to maintain their health to minimize the risk factor of dementia itself, and to reduce the risk factor of the dementia itself, that we need to do exercise 150 minutes a week, and also consumption health food and also still using our brain to do a lot of activity, and especially we need to think positive, and also we still need to do all the activity that we usually done. And especially for to how we help the caregiver. There are three way to care person with dementia, and we put it like this: manage and care of dementia is we through pharmacology and also non-pharmacology. And pharmacology is through drugs that's currently available, and only, but the drug itself is only slow down the progressivity of the diseases, and so it cannot cure the dementia itself. And non-pharmacology, especially that's what we done in Alzheimer Indonesia, is by maintain the of person with dementia. And we also have a lot of video that you can see it in our YouTube Alzheimer Indonesia, how to maintain the quality life of a person with dementia through a lot of activity, meaningful activity. Is it by the brain gym or other activity? And also there's a lot of video that been given by the caregiver, the family caregiver itself, how to the maintains, especially when there's a behavior change from the person with dementia. And especially that we always tell the caregiver that uh, if they taking care the person with dementia, they need to do person-centered care, individual based care. So value and respect the individual being cared for, recognize that every person is a unique, and also understanding what is the considered important by the individual. I think Dr. Leta already said about it. And also creating the environment that support freedom, inclusion, relation, connection, and meaningful activity. And especially the training that that's quite powerful is how to communicate with person with dementia. And sometimes by learning about the how to communicate with them is can reduce the caregiver burden, especially they can maximize the caring for the person with dementia. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for summarizing this very important area. And for the caregivers, it is important for them also to learn, because that is going to take care of their burden, and the is going to take care of the care recipient also. I think we are thankful to Professor Lata for having summarized the whole important component of the caregiving to us. Now we move on to the next chapter, the next module, which is going to be another important component which is related to mobility assessment and assistance and the fall prevention. And for this, I'll like to invite Dr. S.K. Mona Sundari for having her presentation. Please, over to you. Over to you, Dr. Mona. You could share your slides also. I think, yeah, Dr. Mona. Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
There is a
Yeah.
connection.
Yeah, okay. Please come on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can I start, sir?
Yeah, please. Now it's Yeah, it's over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It was disconnected. I couldn't hear. Thank you. So, whether my slide is visible, sir?
No, I think we
Slide is
cannot see. No, we
visible.
cannot see your slides.
Mona,
Is it visible?
please share the PPT, not the screen
Anyone,
of Zoom.
please?
Mona, please share the slide of PPT only, not the Zoom account, Zoom meeting.
Yes,
Then
sir.
it,
Yes, sir. Yes. No, I'm just 1 minute, sir.
no, it's not this one.
It will come. I think. Oh.
Sir, if
Can take.
yes,
Now,
yes,
sir?
yes.
Yes.
Now it is very good,
Thank
and
you.
now there's just yes, it is better. Perfect.
Thank you,
Perfect.
sir. So, welcome to Training of Trainers program on geriatric caregivers. I am very happy to be part of it. And ma'am took the class very nicely, very elaborate information ma'am shared. And dementia care is going to be tomorrow's topic. And it was the orientation was given by one madam. I am not able to pronounce her name, but really, very, thank you so much for sharing your experience, ma'am. Okay, now my topic, it's a lunchtime, but still, please bear with me. I could see so many participants still on online. I'm so happy for that. And myself, Dr. Mogana Sundari, I'm assistant professor at College of Nursing, AIMS BB Nagar. I'm going to give you orientation about a module 3 and 4, which is going to be the part of a course 2 topic, that is the mobility assistance and nutrition. And we are splitting that course into 2 modules. The module 3 will be mobility assistance and fall prevention. Module 4 will be nutrition and hydration in old age. Module 3 have a 4 topic and 4 as a 3 topic. Overall 7 topic, and course 2 will be discussing. So we'll go by module wise. The module 3, mobility assistance and fall prevention. The topic is walking. First topic is walking and range of motion exercise. So as a learning objectives for this topic, as a trainer as well as a caregiver, this is applicable to all of them, because even though we are a trainer, we are a caregiver already to our patients and to our own family members also. Formal or informal caregiver, we are assuming all the role. I believe most of them there in this program is a registered nurses and many healthcare professionalists only. So this is applicable to everyone. The end of the session, we'll be able to assist elderly in safe walking, able to demonstrate range of motion exercises, able to understand caregivers' role in promoting independence. So the key content area which we are going to cover for the caregiver is going to be telling them the importance of walking, because the walking prevents complications of immobility. Such examples are given in the care book, like examples of muscle atrophy, joint health, and circulation related issues, and bone health. This is some of the complications which arises because of the immobility. How they have to deal when they are taking care of an elderly patient is briefly explained in the care book. And the importance of and walking in relation to the mental health and emotional benefits are given clearly, and how they are going to promote independence and to improve the quality of life. Those informations are given.
I think,
Now,
Mona, your slides are not moving.
is it, sir? I will put it in a presenter mode. Is it now, sir, moving?
No,
No,
I
sir.
think no.
No.
Can you reshare it?
Yes, sir. Is it, sir? So is it visible? Key content areas, guidelines for assisting with walking.
No, it is still saying that you have started sharing, but sharing is not there.
Not yet.
It is happening here, but I don't know.
So can anyone else share the PPT? Like
we
you
have
can
got the
share.
PPT. We could share that. Huh?
Sir, I will share the PPT now, sir. I will share it. This one I will share, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Sir,
We have
should
got
I
the
share
slide.
the PPTs?
Yeah, Mona.
I shared this to Dr. Arun Mathur, sir. I think this slide. This is the one.
Professor Patni ji has these
You
slides.
stop sharing. Mona, you stop sharing. I'll share it on your behalf from here. You just
Sir, I want this slide to be displayed, sir. I shared to Dr. Arun Mathur, sir.
No. Slides are there with us. You stop sharing. We will start showing the slides. No problem. Professor Patni.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, excuse me. Sir, please share the slide which I shared now. That is,
Okay.
I made
Okay.
small.
Okay. No issue. No issue. That will be shared.
Okay, sir.
I have shared those slides to you, sir, in WhatsApp.
Just a minute, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
I have downloaded them. Now start sharing.
Yeah, please do that. Okay.
Is this the okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Key content area.
Next.
Next slide, sir. Next slide. After this. This I complete. Okay, sir, this one. So, yes, the previous slide. Guidelines for assisting with walking. Sorry for the inconvenience. I don't know why it is not getting shared. So, we will be seeing key content area for walking and range of motion exercises. The guidelines for the assisting with the walking. So, as a caregiver, what knowledge they should know, what guidelines they should follow is they should first able to assess the ability of the person in moving and ability of the person to do range of motion exercises and what kind of devices assistive aids they required for walking or any other activities of daily living that they should assess and identify and have to ensure the safe environment for walking. There should not be any obstacles in the walking which may prone for fall and unexpected events can happen. So environment should be kept safe for the persons, elderly persons while walking and doing exercises. And the elderly should be advised to wear the footwear which is not slippery. It is the responsibility of the caretaker to ensure the elderly is wearing the proper footwear and the distance of walking and the amount of range of motion exercises. Everything can be customized based on the person's ability to do, and this is the role of a caregiver. and some of the assisting technique which is required for the caregiver, for the elderly persons during walking, should be provided by the caregiver. So what help they can provide, what assistance they can provide, they can help them supporting at the weaker session when they are walking, and they can do encouragement. That itself will motivate the person to move forward and do activities of daily living with confidence. And as a caregiver, they should monitor the person's fatigue level, how much it is, when he is more active, when he is fatigue, and during walking, after how much distance he is becoming fatigue. All this should be recorded and monitored so that he can customize the activities according to person's ability to do. And post walking care, you should know how to cool down the person by teaching the small stretching exercises. And it is important to ensure the old ages are adequately hydrated after the exercises, because dehydration is most common problem of an old age. So hydration need to be ensured by the caregiver. But at least 8 to 10 glass of water they have to take between 1 to 2 hours gap. So this is the responsibility, and especially after the exercise or walk, they should be hydrated. And this is not that activity, walking and range of motion exercise can be fixed in a one time in a day. It should be consistently done, and it can be combined with the other routine daily activities, so that the elderly person will not feel it is an extra burden and that required extra time for doing it. So caregiver must plan how they can combine this exercise as a part of routine activities for the elderly. Next slide, sir. Now monitoring and adjusting. So what we need to monitor, the caregiver should monitor the progress of the person's ability to walk, ability to do range of motion exercise, at what point he is getting deteriorated, when he is not able to do, why he is not able to do. Every change is to be recorded. Once it is recorded, when they are going to consult with the healthcare workers, this point to be discussed, so that accordingly the doctor will prescribe what is required for the elderly. So this is the responsibility of caregiver. The next slide, sir. And when it comes to range of motion exercises, as a caregiver, what they should know, they should be aware that some of the medical conditions may prevent the elderly people to do the exercises. So they should know what conditions are preventing, is there any contraindication to do certain movements, and also what is his ability, whether he can actively do it or passively do it, whether he needs some assistance or he can do it independently. Those things to be assessed, and how frequently the person should do this exercise should be determined. And which is the ideal time for doing range of motion exercise, caregiver must know. Usually morning time during bath, all the muscles will be more relaxed, joint are relaxed because of the warm water bath. So that is the best time where person will feel less pain, less fatigue. So that's the good time to teach. So once the caregiver know what is the best time, then he can provide best to the elderly. Then while performing the exercises, you should know how to position the patients and what kind of support is required for supporting the extremities, so that they can prevent fatigue and tiredness, and what kind of grip should be provided during the exercise, and different methods of doing the exercises and movements, different joint movements. And if during this period, if the patient experiences pain, how to deal with the pain, and how the way of communication during the process of exercises, what to communicate, how to give a clear instruction, those things you should know, and how to adjust the exercise as per the need of the person. So these things a person should know while performing the exercise. The next topic, next is sir. Role of a caregiver in walking and range of motion exercise. So as a caregiver, you should do initial assessment to know what is this person's ability, how much he can do, so that personalized plan can be made by him. And you have to arrange the environment which is very safe, and you should take the devices which can help the person for walking. You have to help in identifying the right assistive devices for the elderly for walking. And you should provide support during the walking, and also you have to provide a guidance at the time of exercise, step-by-step guidance you should provide. And you have to observe the person's performance, as according to that you have to make the adjustment in the activities, exercises and walking. And encouragement and motivation and emotional support is very important, as due to physiological decline, the activities of daily living is already affected, and they feel more depressed because they're not able to be independent. So that time when you are motivating and providing psychological support, that you can do it, you'll be able to do it, you are already doing this much, you can better do it. When you're saying such word to elderly, they feel more enthusiasm and they do the exercises very well. So this is the role of a caregiver. Then communication with healthcare providers. So whatever that you are observing when you're caring for a patient, that should be reported very well, and regularly have to take the person for a follow-up. Regular monitoring of the health and everything is important. So who is always with the person with elderly is the caregiver. They should record everything and communicate clearly to the healthcare providers. And it is also a part of the caregiver to instruct and empower the family members as well as the patients to become more independent. Because in absence of caregiver, what family members can do and what patient person itself can do. So those things can come only when the when caregiver is educating to the family members. It's again a role of a caregiver, and he should know how to integrate these activities into a part of routine. He should develop a routine. That routine should not be very rigid. It can be flexible according to the demand of the person. So this is the role. And how, next slide. What is the practical aspect under this topic? Under this first topic is demonstrating supporting patient on weaker side. When the person is walking, how a caregiver should hold the person, that as a trainer you can demonstrate to the caregiver. And also how to use the gait belt, that also can be demonstrated. And demonstrate range of motion exercise joint by joint. So once we are showing to the caregiver, they should do redemonstration, so that way we can ensure that they are learned well. This is the practical aspect of this topic. The trainers, what we have to emphasize to the caregiver. Next slide, please. What we have to emphasize to the caregiver is safety while walking, encouragement, motivation and emotional support to do it continuously and consistently, and also reporting the changes, any deteriorations in the health, those things to the healthcare provider. So this is the very important thing that we should emphasize to the caregiver, so that they will do the best. So next is what approach, how you can teach this topic of the module 2 is, you can have a short lecture method as well as demonstration of using the walking aids as well as demonstration of ROM. This method of teaching you can adapt for teaching to the caregiver. The next is a take-home message from this topic. So in order to preserve the mobility and ensure the independence and quality of life, walking and regular range of motion exercise is very, very important. That should not be compromised for any reasons. And immobility have so many complications that will make the person more dependent, and it will reduce the quality of life. Once this message reaches to the caregiver, definitely he can do the best. So it's a duty of us to take this message to the caregiver. Next topic 2 under this module 3 is managing and preventing falls in the elderly. So elderly, due to many physiological reasons, can I go to next slide? Many physiological reason and functional decline, there are high chance for them to fall. They have a high risk for falling. So how we are going to prevent fall, and what strategies we are going to follow, and how we are going to manage once fall has happened, that is the topic to cover here. So the learning objectives for this topic: as a caregiver and trainer, we should be able to conduct risk assessment for fall. What risk assessment? Comprehensive risk assessment checklist is there, that we should know what to be assessed, and able to apply prevention strategies at home, prevention strategies for fall at home, and able to manage fall safely and effectively. So the key content area, a caregiver should comprehensively do a risk assessment, that the health condition could be one of the reason for them to fall, like Parkinson's disease and some neurological problem. They may have an imbalance in walking. No, they're high risk for fall. Certain medications can produce giddiness and sudden tiredness. So that medication also should be reviewed. What medication the person is currently taking. Next, and visual and sensory perception. Can I go to previous slide, please? They will be having a sensor and visual deficit because of aging process. That could be one reason. So once we know why they are high risk for fall, then only we know what modifications required at home, what kind of preventive strategies we can follow at home. So we need to ensure that home is very safe for the person with hearing and visual deficit, and person who is taking some medications, person with the Parkinson's and neurological problems. And we should, the caregiver should ensure that they are having the correct assistive devices at home, so that the fall can be prevented. And regular exercises and physiotherapies may be required to strengthen the muscles and improve the balance in the body. And nutrition, calcium and vitamin D supplement balanced diet should be a part of the regular diet. It should be supplied in any way, supplemented in any way, so that either in a direct form or indirect form, it should be supplemented so it can strengthen the bone, so the chance of fall will be reduced. And routine monitoring for a caregiver and caregiver support. So you should frequently monitor the person, the risk of fall. He may be not having risk today, he may develop tomorrow. So frequently monitor, and anything can be expected. Because any unexpected can be expected at any time. So be prepared for an emergency situation. Whom to call at what time? If emergencies happen, when somebody fall down, whom to call, where the first aid box are available, whom to first ask for the first help. Those things should be very clear from your side, from caregiver side, so you can act wisely without any panic. And also training and education to the family member is very important on dealing at the time of emergency situation, how they can manage the fall. So it's the role of a caregiver to teach family members. The next slide. Next slide, please. And specific intervention, the person with orthostatic hypotension and cognitive impairment are very particular people who have definitely having higher chance of falling. So you should know how to deal such people. The caregiver should have a special strategies to manage such problems in preventing the fall. Psychological support and social support is very, very important to reduce the fear of falling. Old age people always have fear that I may fall down, I have these issues, I may fall down at any time, so I don't want to walk, I don't want to do this, I don't want to go outside. Such a thing they will have, and they will be isolated at home only. And that will again further deteriorate their physical function because they are not mobilizing. So what you have to do? Provide a psychological support, provide social engagement, so that they will have develop the confidence that the fear of falling will be reduced. And there are so many technological tools are available to monitor, to detect the fall, so that devices can be introduced to the old age people. Some home monitoring systems should be enhanced so that we can monitor every time that person is not under risk. Now, regular follow-up is required over the healthcare persons. According to that, adjustment should be made in their medications, in their health checkups, and also home arrangements. All this we can do only when you're regularly following up their health status. Next slide. And how you can manage immediate fall is first, the caregiver should not be panic. He should stay calm and assess the scene for the safety of himself and safety of the person who is already fall. And you should not move the patient immediately. You have to check the person for consciousness. You have to do complete assessment, head and neck assessment for any spinal injury. If the spinal injury is suspected, you should not move the patient. So as a trainer, you should emphasize this point to them and assess the head and neck for any injuries, and full body should be assessed for any injury, and examine for any other injuries which is invisible, and notice for any signs, danger signs. Then you should know when to call for the help and whom to call immediately. And when you're calling for someone for the assistance, communicate them clearly what is expected from them. So there will be coordinated activities when you're managing the person in fall. So next slide. Next slide, please. And then while waiting for the help, when you're getting help from someone, you may be waiting period for 2-3 minutes, and you should, during that time, you have to comfort the person and reassure the patients, and you should continuously monitor his vital signs. When vital signs are deteriorating, it could be a sign of shock also, and you should know when it is appropriate to move the person. Caregiver should know when it's the right way of moving and when right time of moving from the place of fall. And post-fall monitoring is very important. Certain symptoms may be visible after some period only. That time maybe person is conscious and well, everything is fine, but over a period of time his conscious may deteriorate. So you should aware of those signs and should be monitored. And the person should be monitored for a pain levels, because during the fall the pain may be less. As time progress, that pain also will progress. Then you should know how to do a first aid in case of a wound, anything happened or fracture has happened, and record the event, the incidents, what happened, when happened, how it happened, all those in detail. So when you are reporting to the healthcare workers, you will not miss out anything, because this incident's description only going to help the healthcare workers to plan the treatment for the person who got injured. Next slide. and how caregiver must be aware what kind of rearrangement you should make at home, especially in the living area, staircases, kitchens, bathrooms, bedrooms, ramp, and a type of footwear they should wear. All those, no, we should clearly ensure that every part of the home is safe for the elderly people to move around. So this is the content area of the topic 2, for managing and preventing fall. So practical aspect of this particular topic is demonstrating safe use of walkers and canes. You should demonstrate to the caregivers, because if the canes and walkers are not adequately properly used, they may develop some scars in the axillary regions, and that will cause unnecessary disturbance for them to use the devices further. So demonstrate fall responses. You can just demonstrate how to assess during the fall and how to call for the help, how to do the first aid in case of wound and fracture. This is the practical area to focus in this topic. As a trainer, what you have to emphasize to the caregiver is just the next slide. The caregiver should regularly monitor the person for the risk of fall and always be ready for any unexpected things at home. You should expect the unexpected all the time. So emergency preparedness is must. You should write that emergency number which is visible, so immediately you can call. And his phone should be always available with the balance and battery. So when help is required, you can call someone, and you should be clear in mind whom to call. First, who is the first person to call. So this emergency preparedness you should have, and you should provide confidence to reduce the fall for the elderly, because preventing is more important than treating it. So once you improve the confidence level of elderly, definitely the falls rate will be decreased. So the teaching method you can adapt for this topic is, you can show a role play of a fall incident is happening, how you are approaching the person who is fall. So that will be a best way of teaching to the caregiver, and you can ask them to demonstrate also. And case-based discussion of an high-risk individual, like I have told, orthostatic hypotension, many of you might have experienced this. Suddenly the person who get up from the bed will fall down. So those, how you manage best way, those things can be discussed with the caregiver. So this is the way of approach. So what will be the take-home message from this topic for the caregiver is, fall prevention required a combined risk assessment. You should know first, you should assess the risk of fall, and you have to provide the safe environment, provide exercise to strengthen and improve the balance, and also caregiver must be vigilant that which is the risk area. Everything you should be vigilant, then only you can prevent the fall. So he is having a vital role in preventing the fall by assessing and providing safe environment, providing exercises, and being conscious all the time. Next topic, that module 3, topic 3 will be moving and transferring the person. So we all are very well aware about this topic, and we know why the moving is very important, because immobility having lot of complications. So at end of that learning topic, the learner will be able to safely move and transfer the elderly person, and able to use proper body mechanisms and assistive devices. If you don't use the proper body mechanism, you will get fatigue and tired soon, and you may not able to provide care continuously. And it is better to use the assistive devices which can make our work easier. Next step, next slide. Next slide, please. So a key content area, first is we are having a general consideration when the person is having musculoskeletal degenerations, how it is preventing him to move. That knowledge a caregiver must know. What musculoskeletal issues are making the person not to move, not able to move, why he required someone to help. That is very important. And you should know what is the effect of an immobility. The person is not moving for a long days, bone density will reduce, strength and stamina will reduce. So definitely it will have a further consequences on the person's health. So once you know the value of a mobility, then only can able to do it consistently, this kind of care to the patients. And exercises to improve limb flexibility is very important, because that ensures the movement, and movement will ensure persons improves bone strength and stamina. So these are the general considerations given clearly in the module. And what is the role of a caregiver in this topic is just assisting in transferring. You are not the one who is completely going to transfer the person. Already the person is having some kind of ability, he can move himself with, but he needs some assistance. So as a caregiver, you assist them so that the person will feel more independent. And you can you should know, caregivers should know what different types of assistive devices can be used for moving the patient. It could be a walker or sticks. Sticks are coming in different types, quadruples, tripods, and regulars, and depends upon the demand of a person, need of the elderly patients, that a type of sticks can be chosen. Next slide. Transferring. Next topic on transferring procedures. The procedures are very clearly described in the module. From bed to wheelchair, when you are transferring, you need to prepare the person, you have to position the person, and then only have to assist. This is the step-up procedures clearly described in the module. And when you are transferring, that time, move the patient gently close to the bed, and you have to help the person to stand up by using all the body mechanisms, and then transfer to the wheelchair. Some of the principles and guidelines to follow in these steps are given clearly in the module. Next slide. Next slide, please. And transferring to a car seat from wheelchair. So first you have to position the wheelchair, you have to lock the wheelchair, because that ensures the safety of the patient, and you have to lift the patient by using a proper body mechanisms and move to the car seat and put the car seat belt. Then position the wheelchair. When you are moving from car to wheelchair, position the wheelchair and remove the seat belt. After positioning the wheelchair, remove the seat belt and lift and move the person towards the wheelchair. This is a step-up procedure, but there are way to do it is clearly given there. And some general safety instruction that you should follow when you are transferring person from wheelchair to, like locking the wheelchair, and those I have given. Those topics are instructions, many instructions are given. We can read that. And additional tips for caregivers. When you are transferring, you keep communicate what are you doing it, what step you are doing. I'm lifting you, I'm going to shift you, I'm going to do this. When you're clearly instructing to the patient, he will be prepared enough for the next move from each side, and ensure safety of you as well as the patient. This is the additional tips for the caregiver. Next topic, next slide, please. Now, the demonstration part, a practical part of this topic is step-wise demonstration of bed to chair transfer, wheelchair positioning, how to position the wheelchair when you're shifting the person from car to wheelchair, from wheelchair to car. And it is must to lock the brakes, and we have to demonstrate locking the brakes. And many of the time people don't know how to lock it, so that will end up with a big tragedy. So demonstrate how to lock also, and how to safely shifting the person with following all the body mechanisms, knee bend, back straight. So many principles of body mechanisms are there. That is a practical aspect to demonstrate. The training emphasize what you have to emphasize to the caregiver as a trainer. Next point. Next, please. Clear communication while you are shifting the patient. So tell that you are moving you. I'm going to move you. I'm going to put you on the stretcher. So you tell the things clearly, instruct step by step, so you will be prepared enough, and ensure that you are not interfering in their independency. Allow him to move by himself, and you give minimal assistance, and encourage the person to put most of his effort than you are only putting all the effort. Make him to feel independent. That you emphasize to the caregiver. And then prioritize safety of both patient and caregiver. You ensure you are maintaining a proper body mechanisms, and also you are lifting the patients adequately. If you alone cannot lift, you have to take the help of somebody. That ensures safety of the person, elderly person. So you should have to prioritize that. Safety is very, very important. Next is the teaching approach. Demonstration is the ideal way of teaching this topic to caregivers. You can demonstrate how to transfer the persons, and re-demonstration can be done by them. And the take-home message from this topic would be, can I please have the slide, take-home message. So safe transfer preserves the dignity of the person, and it prevents injury, and it supports independency. When the person can move from one place to other place, he feels more independent than he is sitting ideal on one bed for a long period of time. So, and also if you safely do the procedure, it will prevent further injury to them. It will prevent injury to them. So this is the take-home message a caregiver should take out of your training course. Next topic. The fourth topic is exercise for health promotion. This is also coming in module 3 only. What are the exercises that you can teach to the elderly for promoting health? At end of the session, the learner will be able to promote overall health and mobility through exercise for the elderly and able to prevent joint stiffness and contracture. Why these exercises are required is mainly to prevent joint stiffness and contractures. Next is, and then general exercise instructions. We should teach them what is the frequency of doing each exercises, how many times one session can be repeated, and then what safety instruction that you should follow when you are doing each exercises, and how you can do a knee exercises, hip and joint exercises, ankle joint exercises, and some other light exercises. This all you have to demonstrate to the caregiver. Next slide. Next slide. Key content and exercises. The module is mainly focusing on how to perform the exercises, how frequently one exercise can be performed, and what is the duration of each exercise could be, and what is the benefit of each exercise. Those things are given clearly. So neck stretch exercise, the hamstring stretch exercise that can be demonstrated to strengthen the as a part of strengthening exercises. Chair squat and wall push-up exercise can be demonstrated as a part of strengthening exercises. A single leg stand or heel to toe walk exercise can be demonstrated as a part of and balance exercises. Marching in place, seated leg lifts is a exercise for the cardio, strengthening the cardiovascular system. Ankle circle and shoulder roll exercise can be demonstrated to as a part of the flexibility exercises. And deep breathing exercise also can be demonstrated. So this all the exercises having instructions on how to perform, what is the frequency, what is the duration, and a benefit which is clearly given in the module. This information should be passed to the caregiver by you. Next slide. The teaching method, practical aspect of this particular topic would be you have to demonstrate simple stretching and balancing exercise. We may, if overly telling, they may not able to follow the exercise clear properly. It is must you should demonstrate each steps clearly and show how to adapt exercise for the bedridden patient. Even a bedridden patient should do the exercise because then only it can prevent joint stiffness and contracture. So how you can adapt these exercises in case the person is bedridden, so that knowledge should be transferred. And you have to encourage consistency of doing this exercise regularly on time and by following all the safety measures, and ensure that you are integrating these exercises as a part of the daily routine so that they will not bored enough in doing it as a separate activity. Next topic. Next is on training approach. How you can do. Definitely this topic will be more best way of doing is practice only. You can show a demonstration. Group practice will help better. Because always the group activities will increase the attention of learners. So that way it can be demonstrated. Then the take-home message from this topic will be a regular exercise. The word regular exercise, consistent exercise enhances mobility. Then it prevents fall. Because the muscles are getting strengthened, joints are getting strengthened, so it prevents fall. It promotes overall well-being of the person. So once he is not falling, definitely is healthy, then his overall well-being is good. That is the meaning. So this message should be passed to the caregiver. That's it. This is the module 3. Now we can have a short break, and any doubt you can ask me. I think
if there are any questions,
you can. Before moving, the module 3 is the nutritional aspect, 4 is nutritional aspect. It's having 3 topics. I will try to finish it fast because I'm going to narrate only what the module contains. So you can come up with the questions if you have anything.
If there are any queries.
Time being, I have stopped sharing the screen.
Yes.
Sharing the PPT, I have stopped for time being, as we can talk in a better way. If you say, I can continue with the sharing.
It is sir, your wish, sir. Dr. Arvind Mathur, sir. Can we
I
continue
think,
or will wait?
No, I think we can continue for the time being, because
Lunch
at
time.
the end of your presentation, we have a short question answer and some announcements are also there, which would need Ruchika ji will be introducing some aspect also.
Yes, sir. I will finish it. Thank you, sir. Then module 4. Sir, slide please. Module 4 is nutrition and hydration in old age. Here the topic first is challenges and feeding management in elderly. So at end of the session, learner will be able to recognize the feeding challenges in elderly person, why they are facing a feeding related issues. You should understand and identify and apply some strategies to increase their ensure they are having adequate nutrition. That is expected from this topic. Then the key content area, you should recognize the challenges in eating. Loss of appetite is one of the main reasons they are not interested to have food. Why the loss of appetite? It could be due to some medical conditions or some of the drug or the monotonous food which we supply, or digestion related problem, or dental issues where they face difficulty in chewing, and GERD related issues where they feel difficulty in swallowing. Even sometimes constipation is one of the digestive related issues, could be the reason they don't feel like eating. And they may be physically, they feel more weak. So fatigue is one of the reason they don't feel like eating. Digestive issues, as already I told, GERD and constipation kind of issues are more common problems of old age people. And some drugs can cause dry mouth, and they are more often vulnerable for dehydration also. That could be one of the reason for dry mouth. So this again will irritate them to have a food. And depression people may not have food adequately, and always supplying same kind of food. When the person is in illness for a long period of time and you're providing always the kanji porridge, they get bored with the same type of food. And some elderly patients may be craving for the salty food which you are restricting all the time, maybe want sugar food which you are again restricting for their health condition, no? That could be the reason that they are not showing interest in food eating. So how we are going to handle that, and what strategies we can follow? We'll see the next slide. So first is you have to make that meal is very frequent meal. A small quantity of food will be given in frequent period of time, so that they will eat less and at least they will be adequately nourished. And in between the meal time, at least 2-3 healthy snacks time can be provided. This is the way, and you can present the dining table in a good way by keeping the flowers or something, so it will increase their appetite. And you prepare the food in a hygienic way so that they should feel to eat it. Well, once they say that you are preparing the food in unhygienic way, their appetite will lose, and the texture of the food is not good, their appetite will be lost. So ensure that it should be soft for them to eat, and it should be a small pieces they can easily chew and swallow. So once the texture is not proper and it is not up to their level of expectation, they feel I can't chew this, I can't eat this, and they feel inefficient to eat. And hydration, they may forget to take water in between, and it is not that you can provide water only at the meal time. So every 1 or 2 hours gap you should provide water to them, at least 1 glass of water, and ensure 8 to 10 glass of water they take every day, so they kept hydrated. And when you are providing even a small quantity of food, ensure that it is energy dense food, and you are providing a mixed variety of food like fruits, vegetables, fiber rich diet, and all varieties you are providing, and which is rich of an energy for them, instead of providing more carbohydrate diet, more fat and sugar diet. So concentrate on the nutritional component of the food that you are providing to them. And sometimes some lifestyle adjustment may be required to increase the appetite, like small exercises before eating, a small walking before eating is very important to increase the appetite. And some, whatever we try, sometimes they take very less only. In that case, food supplementations, iron and protein supplementations are important, and micronutrient supplementations are important. So ensure that that is made for them. This is the strategies you have to teach to the caregiver, and some more strategies which is best they can adapt also, which they follow in their life. Next slide, sir. And some practical tips, and the importance of those practical tips is providing a diversifying diet, variety of food will increase appetite and they feel interested to eat, and then the nutrition status will be maintained. A small walk before the eating will increase, I already told this point. And always provide varied vegetables in the food, and fruits like watermelon, which is water content is more, so they will be hydrated also. They will be, excuse me sir, slide. And avoid providing excess fat. You don't use the ordinary oils, better to use the olive oil which is having less fat content. And instead of sugar, we can suggest them the natural sugars like honey can be added. So already they will be craving for the sugar, so we can provide natural sugar so that their need will be met. And regular hydration, as I said earlier, to be followed. And it is very, very important to monitor the weight in a periodical basis and making a record on it, and what is the weight loss when comparing to last week, and what is the weight gain, whether the weight is maintained neutrally, and changes in relation to the nutrition, physical changes in relation to the nutrition status to be monitored. Some skin changes and fatigueness, weight loss is the example. Physical conditions which is reflecting the nutritional status of the person. So caregiver must monitor these things, and when you're going to the medical consultant, you should discuss those points and discuss with the dietitian and make a diet which is more suitable for the elderly. And during mealtime, having a social interactions and group discussion with the family members and others will increase the amount of food intake and make the diet which is more customized according to the disease condition of the person and according to his interest, ensuring that it is having energy which is required for him. Next slide. The teaching method. Okay, key content areas and diet in elderly and sick individual. Even though they are functionally have declined, that doesn't mean that they have a less nutrition requirement. They need adequate nutrition requirement like elderly, like adult. So that should be met. Then only the immune function will be maintained, so that they will not develop an infections, opportunistic infection due to poor immunity. And meals should be small and frequent, and we should provide a situation food in such a way that should encourage their appetite, and adequate fluid should be provided during the mealtime and in between the mealtime. And food should be prepared in a clean and safe environment, and food should be very soft. We can add some natural sweetener for the food to increase the texture and taste of the food. And provide always the familiar food which they were tasting from beginning, and don't give the new food which is very new for them, because they may not like the new food which is introduced in this age. So provide the familiar food and always provide energy dense food, and show variety in the food. Once a person is sick for a long period, change the different types of food but which is required during the sick period, but provide the variety and ensure all the micronutrients met by to them by providing leaf vegetables, fruits, and other things. And feeding technique timing. When the person is having a low body temperature, that time he eat more. That is the best time to give more food. Once his mood is not good, don't force him to eat more. But when his mood is good, give him more food which he likes, so he will eat more. And ensure he had a proper oral care, so that his appetite will be good and he's not developing any bad odor. And nasal congestion, if he is having, nasal care should be given. Otherwise, the congestion will irritate him, so he will not feel to have the food. During eating, ensure the person is sitting in upright position, so aspiration risk can be avoided. And accessibility of the food should be water or food, anything, snacks or anything should be reachable distance to him, so he can take it whenever is required. And don't force the person to have more food. And hydration should be maintained when the person is on diarrhea and vomiting. And rehydration during dehydration is very important component. And that time he required extra water intake, and continue feeding even the person is not interested to take food. You should not stop giving food during the sick period. Provide food, continue feeding to him. Then next slide. A practical aspect is demonstrate preparation of soft and nutrition rich food, because we usually say prepare the soft food. Which is soft according to us? Some people, each one will have a different definition of the softness. Each one will have their own perception of softness, but which is so ideal for the patient. You demonstrate that caregiver should re-demonstrate and should know what is softness means, what is nutrition rich food means. Show use of thickening agents for a swallowing issue. Who have a difficulty in swallowing with solid food, you can make the liquid into a thickening agent which will be very soft and it can be easy to swallow. Demonstrate those things. Then the training emphasize that what is the thing that you should emphasize to them is monitoring the weight and nutrition status is a very important component. Old age people, we ignore their monitoring their weight, and they may be going for a weight loss, but we may not notice that. So that is the ideal thing you should monitor, and accordingly you should. If weight loss is there, you have to give a high caloric diet. If weight gain is there, you have to provide a low caloric diet. Okay. And encourage hydrations. This is the important point you should emphasize. You can have a case-based discussion, as well as you can display a simple diet plan for them as a training approach to deal with this particular topic. The take-home message for this topic is Ensuring adequate nutrition, it sustains health, immunity, and quality of life. So, if you want to give a overall well-being for the person, it is must to maintain adequate nutrition for him. The fifth topic is second topic under module 4 is nutrition for a special people, especially paralyzed and dementia patient, because it is very risky to give a feed for them without causing a aspiration. So it required a skill of doing it. So you should know to feed the patient with the paralysis and also able to face the challenges of a dementia patient related to the nutrition. Next slide. So how we are going to deal with the patient of paralysis is, we should know first what is the risk the paralyzed patient is having related to eating. Definitely coughing is one of the main problem they face. So once you are giving the food, if they cough, there is a risk of aspiration. And the muscles are paralyzed, they may not able to chew and swallow, so food will ripple from outside and it will pool in one side, in the affected side, and it may cause aspiration at one point. So prolonged retention of food is major risk for an aspiration, and sometimes once the food is in the mouth, it may go into the nasal passage also, it will cause aspiration. So this risk the paralyzed persons are having. So caregivers should be conscious on this risk, and you should have a planned diet plan, which should be very small and soft, and frequent diet should be given. And thicker liquid is better than a liquid which will have a risk of an aspiration. Ensure the patient is in upright position whenever you are giving feed to the paralyzed patient, and you don't go to the solid food straight away once the sickness is started. You have to gradually move to the advanced level from soft food to the solid food based on his ability to chew and swallow. This is the approach that slowly, gradually have to advance to the next level of a food, from liquid to soft, soft to solid. But liquid food should be avoided for them because of the risk of aspiration. So it is important that every time the feed should be supervised, or anytime the choking can happen. So immediately you should be available near to him to provide a first aid. And don't force the person to eat. He will eat slowly only. You should have the patience in dealing such situation. You allow the person to chew and swallow. Don't force him. Don't tell him to eat fast. And after the feed, ensure that you are giving oral hygiene to the patient, because any food which is left over in the mouth, if it gets swallowed, it will be a high risk for aspiration. So why our main goal of dealing with a paralyzed person is to prevent aspiration and at the same time meet the nutritional need. Because of their physical condition doesn't mean that they should not have the food, as they are not able to swallow. You should meet the nutritional need adequately and by preventing aspiration. So when you are dealing with a dementia patient, you should know what challenges they are facing. Forgetfulness is the major issue they face. They may forget to do self care. They may not and remember to eat food also until someone helps them. And some other health related issues also they may be facing. That could be one reason they are not having the food. So you should know what is the consequence of poor eating with the person of dementia. When they don't eat, somebody should help them eating. Sometimes somebody should remind him eating. So, because if the person who know the consequence of poor nutrition, like which is decreasing the physical ability further, decreasing immune function, and the consequence of those things, when you know, definitely will not allow the dementia person to starve. So, what is the strategies a caregiver should follow is, you have to establish a routine for them because they forget the things. How you can make them to remember the things? When the routine is there, they know this time this should be done. At least to some extent, they can remember the routine. And every day, if you are introducing something new, they cannot remember. So establish a routine, same place and same time for eating should be established. And the meal should be structured, 6 meal a day or 5 meal a day. In between the meal, 2 healthy snacks should be structured. It should not be altered every day. And you make sure the eating environment is more pleasant, so you will feel to eat. Is a person to eat himself rather than you are feeding him. You should develop independence. You should encourage independence and provide assistance only when it is required. When the person cannot hold the cup, you can provide the straw and cup so that they can sip and have. You cannot feed for him. You should know to hold the things. Okay. Then you have to prepare the food which is very small size and cut piece into the small so that you can easily chew and swallow. And when the person is having weight related issues, when there is an excess weight, you provide low density low caloric diet and don't give any unhealthy snacks in between. If his weight is low, provide high density food and vegetables, fruits, everything for him. This way, the weight loss and weight gain should be managed. Then the practical aspect of this topic would be next slide. You have to demonstrate the safe feeding position for a paralyzed patient. How you have to make him to sit and which side to feed. Always give the food in the unaffected side so he can easily chew and swallow. Don't give the food in the affected side, and demonstrate how to use the adaptive utensils or cups with the straws. So when the person cannot hold anything, you are providing some alternative devices. Now you should also teach the caregiver how to use those devices. Next topic, next will be a trainer's emphasis. What you have to emphasize to the caregiver, you should ensure that the caregiver should supervise every feed of a paralyzed person, ensure that dementia patient had all his need, and you should have a patience. Definitely patience is very important dealing with paralyzed person. They may take 1 hour also to complete their one meal. You should sit there and supervise, and you should have patience. Companionship is very important. Give them a company so they feel more pleasant and interested to eat. And you have to tailor the food texture and environment according to the comfort of the person. Next is training approach will be simulation exercises. Feeding stroke and dementia patient will be the better option, because this is not we can demonstrate to the dummy. When you are directly doing it on the stroke patient, the responses can be easily absorbed by the caregiver, and they will come to know what is the risk and associated with this. So it is better to go with the simulation exercises of teaching this topic. So safe and structured feeding prevents complications and improves nutrition in vulnerable patients. You should see two components. One is you prevent complication in your feeding, and also ensure that you are meeting the complete nutritional requirement of the person who is vulnerable for poor nutrition. Next is next topic. The last topic is tube feeding. We all are well aware about topic how to give a tube feeding, but the caregivers are not educated and they are not the healthcare providers all the time. So this is again important, which is the area where they can introduce infection also if they don't do it properly. So at the end of the session, that a learner should able to identify the indication for the feed, what are the different types of fish it is there, how safely this can be done, and should develop a skill of doing the tube feeding. So then this key content area includes definition of a tube feeding, as well as next topic, different types of tube feeding. We know nasogastric, orogastric, gastrostomy and jejunostomy feeding. This type of feeding, why it is important for the caregiver to know is each feeding is having their own principles of providing feed. Nasogastric and orogastric feed is always important to check the position before you give the feed, or else aspiration can happen, and then there is a chance of blockage. But gastrostomy and jejunostomy feeding, stomach care is very important to prevent infection. That is the reason they should know the type of a feed also. And then general instruction, what type of feed should be given, what is the frequency and amount of feed should be written by the physician. That only the caregiver should carry out, not he can modify the plan of a diet. And you should ensure that he is always checking the tube position before every feed. Before every feed, you should check the position of the tube. And the feed should go by gravity, not by the force. And you should know what is the complication of giving the feed by the force. And what is the importance of changing the feed tube every 1 week. That means the infection prevention strategies also we should teach to them, so the person will be safe side. Then monitoring, what you have to monitor when the person is in tube feed. Tube feed person most of the time will go for malnourished, undernourished. We believe that we are giving the right amount of feed as per the prescription, but we may not know when his feeding requirement is changed. So you should monitor whether his nutrition status is adequate, whether he is adequately hydrated or not by assessing the skin conditions, all this, whether the stool is appropriate to the age and consistency is fine, or what is the gastric residual, is it more or it is normal, it's less, or what is the weight gain is happening or weight loss is happening, or it is maintained neutral. This thing to be monitored frequently. And oral care before and after feed is important, and stomach care, skin care to prevent infection is important. Then sign of intolerance you should know. Once we know the sign of intolerance, then only you can report to the healthcare worker to change the feeding nutritional content and method of feeding also. And that step-wise procedure of a tube feeding also the person caregiver must know. So the practical aspect of this topic is demonstrating the tube feeding positioning and checking how to check the residual. Most of the time persons will take the residual, when it is less they will throw it. It is a plastic content only, we can push back it. then these things you should demonstrate, and you have to demonstrate how to flush after the feed. Because after giving a milk and you are just leaving it, it is that area where microorganism can harbor. So flushing is important. Then infection control strategies should be taught to them. Then the training emphasize what you have to emphasize to the caregiver. Next slide, please. Adhere strictly to physician order. You don't make your own diet plan for the patient. Don't make your own diet schedule for the patient, and carefully document the feeding amount and the patient response. If any feeding intolerance you observe, should be recorded and reported. That you emphasize. Then approach is the best way is the demonstration only. You can even demonstrate to the dummy and mannequin, followed by re-demonstration. Then the take-home message is tube feeding ensures nutrition when oral intake is not possible, but it required a strict safety measures, or else the risk of aspiration and infection is high. So it is the best way of providing nutrition when the person is not in oral intake, but ensure you are doing it in a right way, not providing further complication to the person. Thank you so much. So this much is my topic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohana Sundari, for bringing out these two very important subjects, both about mobility and nutrition, to all of us. And I feel if there are any questions or queries, everybody is most welcome to talk about it. I'll request Dr. Professor Ruchika ji and Professor Patni ji to join us for this segment, because besides question answer and just recollecting what we did today, there is one important task for all the members, and we are going to give a small assignment about which Professor Ruchika ji would be mentioning. One more thing, that we need exact name and address of all the participants so that the proper certification could be done, proper certificates could be prepared. That's why we requested it on chat also. Those who have not done, please, they are requested to just forward it on either a WhatsApp group, mail, or on chat box. Over to you, Madam Professor Ruchika ji, for our next task, which is...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mathur. And first, I would really like to compliment both the facilitators today. Excellent presentation. I think very, very nice, and it will be very useful for, yes, a big clap to both of them. It would be very useful for all the caregivers. So now I think all of you are geared to some extent. You have also been shared with the app, which has been made by under Dr. Mathur's leadership, and also the Moodle, which I think Dr. Patni has been able to activate, and it is in the process of activation. So we will want that all of you should also do some kind of a self-assessment. So for this self-assessment, we'll be sharing with you a Google form in which we would like you to prepare a plan of action. So plan of action, you will select only any one topic. We have given various topics. I will read out the topics to you. So for example, promoting hand hygiene. Should I share my screen, sir? Maybe that will be better.
Yeah, please do share, and of course share your we'll share it on the chat box also.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
So this is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the suggested topics that we are going to give to you in the Google form. That is promoting hand hygiene in the home-based elder care, fall prevention for older adults in the community, nutrition support for frail
I think
elderly.
we are not seeing that part of the presentation.
Okay,
I think the page 1 is being seen right now.
Okay,
Probably.
but I thought
Please scroll it up.
No, sir, I am showing this page only. This is the page I want to show, sir.
So resources required.
Suggested topics. Suggested topics.
No, it is not showing the suggested topics. It is showing the resources required, challenges expected, and solution possible.
Okay,
5, 6,
wrong.
7, 8. It is showing
I have
5, 6,
selected
7.
the wrong. I have selected the wrong, probably. 1 second, sir. Okay. Okay. do not know where I am now. Stop. Let me share the. Okay. Is
Yes.
this the correct one now?
Yes,
I think.
yes,
Huh?
yes, yes.
So we will request you to pick up any one topic on which you will be preparing a plan of action. So these are the topics that are being suggested. Promoting hand hygiene in home-based elder care. You have already heard what you have to teach to the caregivers. So how will you make this plan of action? I'll tell you what will be the headings. I'm just reading the topics first. Fall prevention in older adults in the community. Nutrition support for a frail elderly. Caring for a bedridden patient, managing dementia-related behavioral issues, recognizing and responding to a medical emergency at home, medical adherence and de-prescribing in older adults, supporting family caregivers for stroke survivors, stress management for family caregivers, and improving the record keeping for care at home. So this is what we will want. You pick up any one topic which you feel confident in, and then this is the areas in which you will be doing on this. So the plan of action will be, first will be you will select the topic. In the Google form that we will be giving, you will select your topic. Then you will write about the problem statement. You will briefly describe the problem statement. For example, if you are going to promoting hand hygiene in the home-based elder care, so this is your topic. Your problem will be, for example, that, teaching the correct method of hand hygiene for personal this thing. Specific objective of your plan. So specific objectives also will be that, the elderly, the caregiver should be able to, practice this at the end of this in the correct method, and they should be able to do it. Steps of action will be that how will you teach this to the caregiver? How will you do it? Will you do a demonstration? Will you do ask them to practice? Will you show them a video? And how many times will you ask them to practice? Will you? Those are the steps that you will take. What are the resources that you will require? Will you require some video for showing them? Will you require materials like you will require a wash basin to be present, some water to be present, soap to be present, something to wipe your hands, maybe some tissues? Will you also teach them how to do it with a sanitizer? And then any other resource, will you like to give them a handout? Because simple handouts are available. You can probably place that handout in the house of the elder person. You can ask the caregiver that this is what you can do. This is the handouts. You paste it in the house so that when you're going to the wash basin, the elderly can see the steps and they can follow it, and even the caregiver can see the steps and he can follow it. And then what are the expected outcome? The expected outcome is that himself, the caregiver, should be able to perform this particular activity. The caregiver should also be able to teach this activity to the informal caregivers and to the elderly. So these are some of the expected outcomes. And evaluation, I think the other improvised one was, there was also challenges and solutions. So challenges could be, for example, there's a dementia patient. How will you teach that dementia patient? Or if the caregiver is not having access to the house or is in a daycare center where you may not have the resources like the wash basin and all. So language barrier could be another challenge, and you will have to find solutions how to do about it. And then, of course, an evaluation. How will you ensure success? Will you observe, that this has been carried out successfully? Maybe after a week, you will again ask for a demonstration in front of you. So these are some of the things you can do, and you can monitor the progress. So this is what we are having, sir. And I think maybe I can share the link of I can stop sharing and share the link of the Google form.
Yeah, please share the Google form on the chat bar. And we will also put it on the WhatsApp group also.
Yes, sir. So I'll just share the link.
We want the response by tomorrow morning.
Yes,
yes, around 10 o'clock. Yeah, Patliji is emphasizing that.
So this is the link. So this is This is basically for your being able to plan any one activity which you feel confident in planning. And you can submit more than one also if you want. We will allow, I think, for more than one submission of the response, so that, if you want, because we can give you feedback. So whenever we will receive these response, we are not going to tell anybody's name or something. We can just take up the topics and then we can discuss for the benefit of everybody, so that everybody knows how to make an action plan. So you may be knowing for hand hygiene, you may not be knowing for another topic, like you may not be knowing for how to do for fall prevention. Somebody else has done for fall prevention, and when we discuss, then maybe you will understand how you can make an action plan for that particular thing. So I think, sir, that should be
I think
useful.
that is very important, and it's one more request for tomorrow, that we have a short spell of micro teaching demonstration by the participants. So there is a possibility that we may not be able to accommodate all of them. So I'll request those who are keen to do that tomorrow, they will give their choices or their willingness to do that. That will be welcome. And also from these inputs which we'll receive, we'll request them to do a micro teaching sessions in the afternoon between 1 to 1:45 p.m. or so. So we have got this particular session. If you still have any question, queries, please do put them on the WhatsApp group or do mail it to us, so that by tomorrow morning when we come back, we are able to address them. And right now, I think now the floor is for all the participants to say whatever they wish to.
I think they are all hungry, and
Yeah,
also
I
I
think
think
it
it
has
is
been a long
lunchtime,
day
and
for everybody.
also very heavy. We have taught so many things. Of course, excellent facilitators, but we have taught them so many things. For them to assimilate it with an empty stomach, without lunch, is not an easy task. Maybe
I
we can
think
take the questions tomorrow morning, sir.
yeah,
Maybe
tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning when we come back, no, that is one thing. Tomorrow morning when we come back, we'll first hear from all the participants before we begin our task of presentations. Okay? Because
And
tomorrow
I think,
also
sir, one very important thing is, because like I talked about adult learning principles. So whether we have been following that in our presentations or not, that feedback also will be useful, because for the rest of the day, then we can modify our presentations accordingly, or our interaction accordingly.
So I think that's what we expect tomorrow morning.
So one
And
thing I just
yeah,
want to add, those who are presently in this meeting and have not been included in the WhatsApp group, please mention or message WhatsApp, directly message to Dr. Mathur or Miss Khushbu, so that they can be added into the WhatsApp group immediately. I just seen Vishnu Priya Bishwas is messaging that I have not been included in the WhatsApp group.
So we have shared the chat group link in the chat box to join the group.
Again, please do share it here.
Okay, I'm sharing again.
And share that message, that link into the group also, ToT group also, so that the one who has not shared can be directly connecting to them here. This can be there, I think. Sir,
I think this WhatsApp link is already there now with us, and we have been really privileged to have all the members over here who participated and in the program today. So we look forward for seeing everyone tomorrow morning sharp at 10. Yeah, 9. We will be on board on the air by 9:30 onwards. So everybody could join before that. and they could submit their presentations. The WhatsApp link has been shared, and those who have not yet uh, got connected with WhatsApp, I'll request them to go to chat box right now and just click on that particular link so that this task is over today itself. And again, I'll request all the participants to kindly give their name and address for record keeping and for certification purposes, because many members are joining with their iPhone or Vivo or this type of they have not labeled themselves also on their Zoom account itself. I'll request them to put their name on the Zoom account, because at times it becomes difficult to identify anybody with, say, somebody having POCO M3 or the Oppo A54. So then it becomes difficult to identify them, and certification would be difficult for that person.
And please do check the spellings also. Sometimes it so happens while writing the initials, they miss out the actual real spelling, and that simply is ignored by them. So please do that also.
Because of
Small and
certificates
capital
would,
alphabets.
yeah, certificates would be exactly as you would write. That is the important point.
Yes, yes.
So I think I'm really grateful for everybody and our team, Professor Lata, Dr. Mona Sundari, who has been the key person for the whole event, with Professor Ruchikaji guiding us all through, and Professor Patniji, Khushbu helping us all the time and for this. And I think we are thankful to Professor Dr. Jagdish K. Chetri, who initiated this thing. And now we realize that good that we thought of doing it. So have a good day and prepare for your presentations, which we expect by tomorrow, and meet tomorrow morning itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I think
you.
I'll keep the chat box on for some time, so that those who have not been able to download the plan of action or other things, they could do it. So we are still going to be on air for at least 10-15 minutes. The program official has ended, but you could take look at those things for your convenience. And tomorrow's program, we are going to discuss 5 more modules, and followed by quizzes and the micro teaching sessions, etc. would be there. Of course, followed by certification. Okay. And any suggestion for tomorrow, please feel free to write to us. Most welcome. Okay. Good day, ma'am. Good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, Ruchika ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Can you please share the topics allowed for the action plan? People are asking
I
in
have
the
I have put the topics on top of the Google form also now. It was not there.
Okay.
I have shared the topic in the chat box. I'll share it again. No problem.
In the WhatsApp group.
I'm not at. आप मेरे को WhatsApp group में डाल दो. I'm not
Okay,
there.
I'm adding. Okay, I'm adding you.
You can add. Yeah.
Okay.
What you could do, आप मेरे को भेज
Okay, dear friends, if everybody has got the links and um, required information, can we close the meeting?
Yes, sir. I think we can end it.
We can end it? Huh?
Yes.
I hope no. We have already shared everything on WhatsApp group also.
Yes, also.
Okay. Okay, good day.
I just wanted to compliment Khushbu for excellent, interaction here. Khushbu, तुम बिल्कुल एक bot के जैसे बात करती हो. Don't look like human. Very
Thank you
nice.
so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
When you
Means a
were
lot.
responding and reacting, it was just like a bot.
I think
Happy to hear that.
I tell you, the videos which we saw in initial introduction and the Care Asha app videos, etc., all are her creation.
Oh, अच्छा,
हाँ सब
excellent,
तो अभी तो
excellent.
आप you will come to know of so many other things. Okay.
Nice, sir. It is really nice. Really, I enjoyed and I learned so much today. बहुत ही अच्छा
नहीं
लगा.
हाँ, हमें तो जो एजुकेशन के जो पार्ट है ना, दो वी हैव बीन टीचिंग ऑल दीज इयर्स, पर ये
Yes.
जो प्रिंसिपल्स को आपने जिस तरीके से बताया, दे वर
Very nice,
क्वाइट
sir.
यूजफुल. दैट वाज
रुचिका मैम, इतने सालों बाद आज जाके पता चला कि एंड्रागोजी भी कुछ होती है। हम तो पेडागोजी ही समझते थे अभी तक। फ्लिप्ड क्लासरूम का कंसेप्ट मालूम था, लेकिन वो वोकैबुलरी जो काम में ली गई ना एंड्रागोजी, वो नहीं मालूम थी।
हार्डकोर एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी है ना, मेरे को तो इतना टाइम नहीं करते
जी
करते.
जी जी जी।
ठीक है,
ठीक
चलिए.
टुमारो
Okay,
मॉर्निंग वी
sir.
जॉइन बैक मैम.
हाँ जी सर.
ठीक है ना?
Sure.
ठीक
Okay.
है.
Thank you,
Or
sir.
all the colleagues, thank you very much for being with us. And again, those who have joined with the name of phone names, I'll request them to please put your name over there. We want to see you and communicate with you. Okay? Bye.
Good day.
Okay. Good days. Good day. Bye bye.